What's going on, everybody? Just wanted to try to live out. Man, that number jumped up high. Jeez. So, what's going on, everybody? Just wanted to load up and try this thing out real quick. Had a pretty good day today. Who's online right now? Let's see. Man, so what's going on? Go ahead and load this thing up real quick. So who's live right now? Cajun. Let me see. You up in here? Hey, come on up. There we go. Yeah.
What
What's going
up?
on, man? What's going on?
Just got finished eating supper.
What
We
you
got
had?
we had a slew of oyster mushrooms we found at the park, and then we went fishing earlier, and I caught me a big ass bass, and so we
Oh,
got
word.
two big fillets out of that. And it's so funny because I'm from Louisiana. Look, if it doesn't swim, crawl, or run fast enough, it's supper, right? And these dudes out here are like, oh, we don't eat bass. That's a trash fish. I'm like, what?
Man, it's been a while since I had bass.
Oh man, it's delicious. This thing was a pound and a half, and I got two massive fillets off of it. Um,
Oh, wow.
Air fried it with some Louisiana makes some air fryer seasoning. So coat it with a little bit of oil, pass it in the it's like a dry
Oh, man, where'd you go?
that was weird.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Yeah. So yeah, so Louisiana has an air fryer seasoning, and there's all different types of flavors for chicken, for pork, for fish. But for the fish one, I just add a little bit more garlic powder, onion powder, and it's a little more seasoned, right?
Mm.
Um, spray down with some oil, pop it in the air fryer, and brah, let me tell you, oh my God. So when these dudes out
Man,
here say they don't eat bass, I'm like, oh, y'all missing out.
you, oh, you know what? I was just down there. Let me see. It was May. I had to go down for a graduation, so I went down there, and I stayed with my cousin in Baton Rouge. And he was taking me to this one place. They had what I have gator
Mm,
and lot or not lobster, crawfish tails and some sauce.
hmm
So they were like, "Oh, this might be spicy." I was like, "Man, just bring it to me."
Yeah,
Just bring it to me.
moving up here in Washington, there's so many fishing rules. One guy was explaining to me, he's like, yeah, you have to make sure the river is open to fish. And I'm like, what? Like in South Louisiana, there's nothing open, there's nothing closed, there's no season, you catch it, it's within the regulations, you keep it. Plain and simple. Out
Hmm.
here, you can't keep wild steelhead, but you could keep the hatchery steelhead. You got to make sure your hook don't have a barb. And I'm like, oh my God, like, can I just catch something and eat it? Like for real.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Let
they
me
got
see
some
how.
wild fishing regulations. They got two species of crawfish out here. One's a native species and one's an invasive species. And so if you catch the invasive species, you have to unalive it before you get home. So you can't like take it, like say you catch 2 or 3 pounds of it, you can't just bring it home and cook. You have to unalive them at the source and then take them from there. And if you catch the native species, there's a limit, and those you could take home, like if you take them alive, right?
Mm.
Um, but yeah, man, we had a good weekend, man. But I'm so glad to see you live, bro. Finally, to see you live, man.
Yeah, you missed it earlier. It was
bro.
hey, it was something else, man. They tried to do a they were on that weird stuff again, showing genealogy, and you know what, it, it, it it's kind of weird because when they show in the genealogy, like they try to do like the one was Indian, one was Russian.
Hmm.
Hey Jay,
I just watched a video, and I just literally before you sent me the invite, I just finished
uh,
watching your video on that on how they were looking at two different people, and yeah, it's crazy because you have to do work on that. Like Ancestry's only gonna give you so much. Like if I look at my great grandma, they marked her mulatto and then they marked her white, but they spelled her name wrong in the first one, right? But they still had her brothers and sisters on the census list. So that's how I know when I looked at the later one when they marked her white, her her youngest or one of them was still in the family in the house. So you could
right,
still see that because they'll go because this is all handwritten too, like the one you showed. Ancestry just digitizes it and it doesn't always um, copy over completely. So yeah, you have to go and you have to check. You have to. It's a pain in the ass, tell you the truth, because unless you just
yeah.
take something for face value, you're just gonna come up with all kind of crap. And you have to go and you have to cross-reference an older one to make sure that sibling or that father, that mother, or whoever's still in the house. And if you don't do that, you're not doing nothing. Like you just pulling up
Right.
old paperwork.
So one of the things he asked me, and I actually found it. He was like, because on one of the census, in the color column had R, right? But
Hmm.
when you pull up the census, there's like maybe 15 people with R, and I was like, man, you know what? I've never seen that before, right? But when it comes up on the digitized section, it says Russian. So he one of the things before he kicked me out was, why are the Russian people on the Indian place? And I wanted to tell him, it's like, it's 1900. People are immigrating. I mean, people go there as farm laborers, like real
Hmm.
farm laborers, not like the ones that them folks be saying. But I actually found the answer to that on the on the Oklahoma website. It states, you know what? Let me bring it up because it's interesting because it's something that
Hmm.
I would never like. Hey, Lily, I wouldn't pull that up because I'm not Native American. That's not my history. I mean, I'm not going to look at
Right.
that information. You know what I'm saying? I know the history that was taught to me, was passed
Hmm.
down, stuff that I actually went through, classes on, family members, you know, some of the older people in the neighborhood and stuff like that. So, but what I found out on the Oklahoma website is there was a lot of German and Russian going into Indian territory after they left. I want to say it's Russia or
Hmm.
Germany, one of the two, when they came over. And there's a whole documentation that they have on the Oklahoma website.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
I'm like, I would have never found that if he didn't say that. I mean,
Yeah.
like again,
Yeah, man,
that's not my.
you putting the work in, bro. Like you're putting the work in, and it takes with anything done right, it takes effort. You can't just be pulling these records and expecting, oh, so and so, this is what it says that this is going by, right? It's also
Mhm.
like um, I've mentioned before, and I like to caveat all the time that I am not black and I'm not indigenous. I can't speak on those experiences, but I am from an area that has both populations, both cultures, and whatnot. And I'm not saying my proximity allows me to get access to or speak in those situations, but we hear the stories, right? But
Mhm.
what I do speak on, and I say it all the time, I speak on the pseudoscience that they just love to spew, the pseudo history that they love to spew to fit their narrative. And when something doesn't fit their narrative, they go off on you, right?
Yeah.
And it's like we live in 2023. Everyone's walking around with a literal supercomputer in their hand, and they want to go off. Oh well, like I was just watching Port City's video. Oh, if you don't have books written before 1492, I'm like 1492? Are you serious? Like what information can something from 1492 provide now?
Right. I
Except
mean, it can
maybe a
give you,
glimpse.
yeah, it can give you
Yeah,
the
yeah.
overall like a story to like a baseline maybe,
Or
but for the
even just
most
their
part,
mode of thinking, right? Like how they spoke and how they thought about things then. But we've learned that, cultures, when they're put on paper, or when someone else has put their story on paper, it's not always the truth,
right.
right?
But
You
here,
know what I'm
this is what I
saying?
want to show you. This is what I want to show. And the 18 people in here, let me show you the question that Joshua asked. And he was asking, and this comes from the census where it
Hmm.
showed Russian. I think I might still have it up. Because even with me looking at this, it's it takes a lot of work. So if somebody's going to say they're going to do your genealogy on the spot, man, you got to really look at that one. That's not
You
happening.
got to.
It is
And then,
not happening.
yeah, people are calling around. I was like, oh, 3 days ago, you're now all of a sudden you're this. It's like, yeah, it took my cousin and I weeks to months to solidify, and plus you got to pay for you got to pay for the information. You have to, because the census on Ancestry isn't free. It'll get you so far, but you have to
Yeah,
pay for that stuff. Like, and that's a level of commitment that you have to be willing to do also. I want to mention Lily just said down here, the more knowledge increases, the more ignorance is on the rise. And that couldn't be a more true statement. Carl Sagan wrote a book called Demon Haunted World, where he mentioned that same exact thing. As we progress in technology, it seems our intellect and our knowledge is regressing. And
yeah,
that is a excellent point, Lily, about how we have all this information. Imagine somebody, it's 2023. Imagine someone 20 years ago, 1990, 2003, trying to get this kind of information where you have to do a whole lot more work. You're gonna have to go get paper copies of information. You're gonna have to go to libraries, whereas we could sit almost in the comfort of our home and get this information, and yet people are still getting it wrong.
yeah. So look, this is what I want to show you. So this is what it was from today. This is that record that they showed.
Hmm.
All right. So this is where it says Russian, right?
Hmm.
So what he wanted to say when he made me open this, which I thought was like the weirdest thing, but he tried to say that what was the Russians doing on the Indian population, and as you look right here, this column, you see how many R's?
Hmm.
So these are all Russian people, right, in 1900. And that's right here, this Weaver, and this is Claude. So
Hmm.
this is Russian, right? So when you look at all this, so now it's showing that there's a lot of Russians on Cherokee land, okay?
Right.
So now, when you go into the Ohio Historical Society, it actually tells you about this. So right
Oklahoma.
here, it goes over on this top part
Oh
about
wow.
let me see. Among the millions of mid to late 19th century immigrants arriving in the United States from Europe were ethnic Germans who had immigrated to Russia in 1765 and 1824 period. So
Hmm.
if you keep reading down right here, it tells you, what happened over in Russia. So in the 1860s, however, their lives began to change. Tsar Alexander II began to draft them into the army. And in the 1880s, Alexander III began a Russification policy to establish a better administration control over the colonies. So
That that's
this
when they
kind of
were
goes over
fighting
the,
the Tsar Alexander was he was trying to get co-opted into helping Britain fight the Germans. Um, and that's the family of Anastasia and um, who's the crazy Russian dude?
was it Ivan?
Uh, I think yes, Ivan. Yeah, I think Ivan terrible to call him, but no, 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 no. Damn, what's
No,
his
it wasn't Ivan.
name? No, it
Stalin.
was no. He was like a mystic. So he had like the Russian family like in the palm of his hands. Rasputin. So
Okay,
this is the
yeah.
same time. Yeah, so the Russians were fleeing because they were like, "Hey, we ain't got time for this."
FJB, yeah, exactly. I'm covering that right now because I was asked when I tried to explain it, and I'm just going over so people would know. And this is on the so the website is the Oklahoma Historical Society, and this actually has the dollars roll and it has information on all that. But I want to answer this one question because he kicked me off, and I mean, I don't know why, but anyway. So right here, where they were talking about the Russians, it also
Hmm.
tells you in the next one, land was the factor that drew them southward into Oklahoma territory. So actually, hold on, let me go up one. So in the 1860s, however, their lives began to change. Tsar Alexander II began to draft them into the army, and in 1880s, Alexander III began a Russification policy to establish a better administrative control over the colonies. Volga Germans began leaving for the United States in the late 1870s, and Mennonites began moving in the 1880s, as did Black Sea and Volga Germans. Oh, wait, hold on. Volhyna Germans. The Great Plains of Dakotas, Nebraska, and Kansas, markedly similar to the Russian steppes, began populated by them, and many moved onto the plains of Oklahoma and Texas. So now this is telling you that the the land was a factor that drew them southward into the Oklahoma territory. They were poor, and in Kansas, they were forced to rent farmland. Beginning in 1889, when public lands were offered for homesteads in Oklahoma, they quickly took advantage of the opportunity to own farms, and the unassigned lands opened in 1889. Mennonites settled in Meneville, and other Germans established Marina in Payne County. Others helped from Colo and Kingsford County. So it's going over how all the German Russians were moving into that land. So now when you look at this, it's this one. So all these Russians were moving into the lands. So that's what this is. So that's the question to, and they were being accepted into the tribe as well.
Yeah, no,
So,
that's crazy, man.
so that's why when he asked, why is there Russians in the on the lands? That's exactly why they opened it up for non-Indian residents. And why can't I go back?
Rob, not to
Yeah,
interrupt you, but can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
One of the people in the comments says that they want the website.
Oh, I thought I gave it to him. Hold on. So the website is the Oklahoma Historical Society, and this is the same place where you can get the Dawes rolls as well. So it's the same exact location. How do I get there from here? Oh, oh, I can't even go there from here. Hold on. So let me go back. So that's under publications. Oops, that's under publications, and this is the Dawes rolls right here. So it's under the same one in the Oklahoma Historical Society, and there's the Dawes rolls. So you can search by name, card number. You can also do the roll number.
I just want to correct myself because I had to look it up. That Alexander II had nothing to do with the war that was coming up with German and Great Britain. Totally misspoke on that one. Check myself on that.
Okay.
But yeah, man. So yeah, I mean, they just don't do the work. And what's frustrating? You have to do the work for them.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
have to do the work because it's like I say it all the time. It's like what is it? Playing chess with a pigeon. They'll knock over the pieces, shit on the board, fly away, and say that they won. You ever heard that term before? But
Oh,
yeah,
I
it's
haven't heard
like
that one. I like that.
it's you have to put the work for the stuff that they're claiming, and like it gets frustrating, especially because you as in you yourself, and you as as the understood you, are like, why do I need to put as much work in proving you're wrong rather than why can't you just put the work in to prove your point, or not even prove your point, but like support your point. But
Right.
yeah, man, it's crazy. It's the same way like this tactic of pseudo history, pseudoscience, cherry picking is the same way in religious communities. It's the same way when creationists argue against evolution. It's the you know
Yeah.
they cherry pick, they manipulate. Like one of the things that creationists like using is um, damn, it's gonna come to me.
Like I said, I've seen
Irreducible.
a lot of these arguments. Yeah, I've seen a lot of these arguments. Like when somebody's just into the Bible and they want to prove a
Yep.
point, what ends up happening is they skip around in the Bible, like different. They'll go into the front, like they'll read something out of Genesis, and then when you say something, then they'll go to like
Yep.
Numbers, or they might switch to something else. Well, they're doing the same thing with history,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
really do that. Like they'll
Exactly.
jump from
So,
you know,
sorry, go
uh
ahead.
huh. Oh
So
no,
what
I
I
was
was
saying.
saying is, which one of
Oh,
us
you
could
got
go
it.
wrong?
You got it. You got it.
So, I mean, history wise, I'm weak, right? But I've been looking at the psychology of it and putting together like the whole cult psychology. And I believe it's a combination of like if you look at Dane Calloway and you look at him being the cult leader and the people who the psychology of the people who are brought into a cult. And then now that I'm watching you with the genealogy, it's so easy to make a mistake and create, not, I'm not saying it's intentional, but it's easy to go in there and create a whole American Indian, Native American lineage and believe it's yours.
Right.
And if you put that as um the reinforcement to already the cult, then man, it's strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Hey, Love and Unity. Um, Come in with your main profile that has over 1,000, because I know you got one. Because this looks like a fresh new account. You can come on in. I mean, you know what it is already.
Yeah. The term I was trying to come up with, remember, was irreducible complexity. So, say, uh, animals are, say, like the penguin, their wings aren't made for flying, but it doesn't make it any less a wing, right? Or if a
Right.
wing was stunted, it doesn't make it any less of a wing. So they'll use, when they argue in evolution, it's like, oh, well, look how this animal adapted to this, and it doesn't use this anymore. I'm like, yes, but it doesn't negate the fact that it's still this, or or what it is. So yeah, cherry picking and just not doing the work. I mean, it's just not doing the work. But then it's also like Duchess says, it's holding on to because you're not doing the work, you're holding on to either misinformation, disinformation, or straight up lies, right? Um, and so when you're making narratives on what you were told and not what you've learned to be fact, you're gonna still repeat that narrative. Good example is
Right.
until I started doing my genealogy, my mom would always say, "Oh, your great grandma was from Haiti. Great grandma was from Haiti." I'm like, "Oh, that's cool. You got, relatives from Haiti." Yeah, that's not true. That's not true at all. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, family, and I don't want to discount oral history. I don't want to discount family traditions or family stories or history. But sometimes grandmaology is just not. Somebody had used that term, and I'll hold on to it.
Grandmology.
Grandmaology is just that's not mine. I can't claim it. It's
That's the
not.
best.
It's not facts. Now, and on the flip side, oral family history can be powerful, right?
Mm,
Um, but you sometimes you got to take it with a grain of salt and do your own research. You know, once I started digging into it, nowhere in my family history, genealogy, or anything showed anyone from Haiti, right?
Right.
Hey, Thonia. So, like, that whole that I've been hearing my whole life, my great grandma's from Haiti, is not true. It's not true at all. And but if you don't do the work, you're going to keep repeating that, and then you're going to start building a narrative that is false.
Right. You know, and that's
I
that's
think
that's
though, oh, Rob, I'm gonna be quiet.
no, you got
No.
it. You got it.
I think though, when I look at, as a psychologist, I'm always, looking at what is going on. It's like, what do these people need? Because what we need is what we're drawn to. And so when you look at what these people need, when you look at the psychology of cult members, what they need is a movement, something that bigger to be a part of. And if you tap into that, which Dane Cowley has tapped into that, they now are part of this big thing that has been uncovered, and everything's in reverse. They were indoctrinated. They've now woken up, and they're going to get their rightful place back and their land
Yep.
patent.
Yep. Yep.
Can I get someone that knows about this whole land patent thing? Because I'm gonna be honest with you. The last land patent thing that I know of was a scam, and that was before that. What they were doing is it first started off with people that were going their home going in foreclosure. So somebody drafted up a land patent, and then when all said and done, they lost their house, so people got in trouble. And then there was another one a few years later, where it was something like this. So they had the land patent, and then what they did was there was at the very end of this, after they found it, they got a document that they had to sign, and then they had to pay some money, and it led back to a certain kind of temple. I won't go into what kind of temple it was, but it led to there, and they ended up out of their money. So I actually wanted someone that actually knows about land patents, because I really don't see how, if you get a land patent now and somebody else is on it, from what I read, is you still ain't getting that land. Not in America, at least. But that's just me for what I know. But I would love to hear somebody that has like extensive knowledge on patents, because I can't really speak on it. I just go from, a common sense, logical approach. But I don't know.
It'd be
So
nice to
hey, Grammy,
learn.
yeah, very much so. Hey, Grammy Bear, how you doing?
Hey, Grammy Bear.
Hi, thank you for having me up. I appreciate it.
Not a
Um,
problem.
I just wanted to jump in and say I appreciate you, Rob, and everything that you do. And I totally agree with you on the genealogy and with Cajun on the grammaology, which I
Yeah.
have been doing genealogy going on. I just hit my 11-year mark. I'm going into my 12 years of doing genealogy. And yeah, you
Wow.
can go down rabbit holes very, very quickly if you do
Right.
not do your due diligence on that. And like you said, you can have ancestors with the same first name, the same last name, and you have to be very, very careful on ancestry when it comes to the copy and paste. A lot of
Right.
people just go off censuses. They don't do their due diligence in going into the films. Right now, I am working on extracting films from down north, Rio Grande, Colorado. Um, and me and my cousin are working on it, and we are extracting all the films and translating them to put them into a book so that we can hopefully get it up for sale, or at least donate it to um, the New Mexico Genealogical Society. And I have a story here on my cousin who
Okay.
went off the genealogy with his godmother, and he wrote a book on this. And this book is actually in 3 libraries here in Colorado, and it is totally, totally wrong. And just for my story, my
So wow.
grandfather's last name, I don't want to say his surname here, but
Yeah,
I'm
you
going to
don't.
make up a name, Gonzalez.
Okay.
And my grandfather let's say he was a Gonzalez. Well, my cousin went off of what his godmother told him. Anyway, as it ends up, we're not Gonzalez. I'm going to say we were actually Cortezes because my third great grandfather, because he didn't do his due diligence in that, in going into the death records and the marriage records and the baptismal records and actually going through each child. Do you know what I mean? You have to do each
Yeah.
child and each sibling and then move on to the next generation. Well, what happened with my third time great grandfather is his parents died when he was 2 years old. And on his baptismal record, his godparents, his godmother actually, is a sister. When his parents died, she took them in with her husband, and that's where the Gonzalez name came in. So we are not
Oh,
really Gonzalez's. We were something else. And I ran this not just through me and my cousin doing the genealogy on that, but we actually took what research that we had and took it to 4 or 5 genealogists that to get another eye view on it, to see if we were correct. And as it turns out, yeah, his book is false. So anybody who goes to that library and gets his book and wants to use it for genealogy, it is totally wrong. And because I was disputing his genealogy, he's not talking to me anymore, which I
oh
find
wow.
very, very funny because he refuses to accept that we are not Gonzalez's, that we are actually Cortez's. And I'm not using the actual names because I don't want the ethnocentrics to get my information. So
Got it.
I just wanted to come up here and say I appreciate you pointing that out. I was on that live yesterday. I dipped out and blocked uh, the host that was hosting that because there was a girl who came up who was showing her genealogy from 1950. She went back to 1915. She was Shoshone from um, the Northern tribe, and what they kept asking her, well, what do you go back to 1700, 1800? And I don't think they understand the Louisiana Purchase and the way that the land worked.
Right.
And the U.S. government did not have censuses going back that far to that region of what is now the United States because they had no jurisdiction. You understand? So
Yep.
she could not give them what they were asking for. And I just find it very funny that they think that the older the census records are, because I hate to say his name, but his name begins with a LN. I think you know who I'm talking about.
I think so.
Lord, yeah,
Oh, oh.
he was saying that you know that the further back that you go on the censuses, and he was going to his his four-time great, and I don't think he understands when it goes to the four-time greats, every generation doubles. So now he's talking about 64 great 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 grandparents, and he was showing one of his 64, and that goes back to Port City on his DNA, and not Port Cities, but LN's DNA. That's why he's like 91% African and less than 1% Native American. Now, I believe as a genealogist, you have to really back up your documentation, not only with due diligence, getting another eye view, 2, 3, 4, whatever it takes. Every state has a genealogical society. Every tribe you can contact to validate your paperwork with. And I think it's very, very important to back that up with your DNA and do your automosal, do your Y-DNA, do your mtDNA. Enter your mtDNA and Y-DNA to projects in your state or where you come from. There are many, many projects here in the United States. My mtDNA was entered into 2. One was the New Mexico Genealogical Society DNA project, and I even entered it into one in South America to Argentina and Buenos Aires. And with my paperwork, with my genealogy, which was validated multiple times with other genealogists who are more seasoned than I am, and My mtDNA is definitely Native American, going back 12,000 years. And,
Oh man.
and they don't believe in the DNA. And all I can say as a genealogist, I'm not into it. I'm only going into 12 years, but you need to back up everything. You need to double check everything. Do you know how many Maria Gomez's there are in New Mexico? I mean,
Hey, I found out my name
there
ain't
are
so common either.
hundreds of them.
Or my name
Yeah,
is really
and
common.
and yeah,
Granny Bear,
exactly. Yes.
can you explain the difference? In the comments, there's a lot of questions about the two types of DNA that you mentioned. Can you explain what they are?
Yes, mtDNA is your mitochondrial DNA. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. The mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, is passed down female to female to female to female. Now, males do carry mtDNA and Y-DNA. Females do not carry Y-DNA. So if you're looking to trace your mother to female, you want to do an mtDNA test. Now, if you are a male, you can do a Y-DNA test and an mtDNA test to trace both your male to male and your female to female. Now, on the Y-DNA, and I always suggest people do family tree DNA for their haplogroup and their mtDNA and Y-DNA because they do it from a 37 up to a 700 sequence. And with your paper trail, you can enter that into DNA projects. Now, on mtDNA, it's strictly, there is no 37, 700. So, and they are expensive tests. Um, Autosomal DNA is a combination of your mother and your father. So it's not going to give you a haplogroup like an mtDNA would or a Y-DNA would. So autosomal DNAs are not accepted into DNA projects because um, it's not a haplogroup. It's just your ethnicity and a percentage, right? So with an autosomal, if you can back that up with your paperwork, and I want to say my autosomal matches perfectly with where I come from and where I come from, which is my native, my Spanish, Portuguese, uh, Basque, which is French, which is very common for where I come from the Southwest in New Mexico because of the colonization that happened. And yes, I do have 6% between, I think it's four tribes. I have 6% of African, which is okay because I have mulatto ancestors going back
Hmm.
in my 4 to 5 generations, which usually automosil will take you back 5 generations. So, and when you come from a special place or one place with your ancestors, you're going to find out that they cross. You know, you will find Smith crosses with Winston, Winston crosses with, I can't think of a name to make up right now, but you understand what I'm saying. You know,
Yeah.
because back in the day, I mean, you have to think they were going by horse and buggy to wherever they migrated to, right? And sometimes families followed each other to a certain area, and then maybe they spread out, a little bit, but they didn't spread out enough to not intermix. And I don't want to say that it's cousin to cousin, like first cousin, second cousin. I'm talking about, um, you may be, I know in New Mexico with the Spanish, they kept very good records on the marriages, and they did what was called um, uh, they call it diligencias, which was basically where they did an investigation into the marriages before they married you to make
Hmm.
sure that you were far enough apart. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, you know
And
what? I've heard of that before.
yes, yes, and they did that so that they were not intermixing, but at the same time, you know, they were still crossing. You have, I'm going to make up a name, Sanchez marrying a Sanchez, not probably realizing that 2 or 3 generations back, they came from the same family. And it really wasn't something that they did on purpose. It was just something that they did. And I also want to touch on to the baptisms here, from where I come from anyway, because when they did the baptisms, the parents usually didn't have, because in the missions there in New Mexico, the priests were only there at certain times of a month. So the families would know, okay, the priest is going to be here at this mission. They didn't have the transportation to leave their house and the children that they have. So they would send the child with the godparents that they wanted to be the godparents, right? So it was up to the godparents to give the information of who the parents were. And if you're lucky on some of these baptisms, you get the paternal and the maternal grandparents, which solidifies what you find on the films, what you find on Ancestry. And I know not everywhere across the United States it was that way, but that's how I did my genealogy. If you go to Family Search, which is totally a free site, you don't have to put a credit card in, just sign in, make yourself an account, and you can search films from the Honduras to Canada to Mexico, from all the way around the United States. But it is time consuming because you have to go to your censuses, you have to get the names, and they'll give you a place. Like let's say my family lived in Colorado. My grandparents were from New Mexico. And it gives, in most, not all censuses, but if you look in a column, sometimes it'll give you a year, an estimated year, and I want to use that loosely. It's estimated because the censuses are only as accurate as who was home at the time to give the information to the census taker. And the census taker would write down whoever gave them the information. And this is what got me yesterday on that live. They kept saying, um, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, that got really bad.
Okay, I'm sorry. Um, you know, um, when she was kept saying, well, the government listed them as mulatto. Well, you know what? The census taker went to your house, just like they do today. But they send it through the mail, right? We all fill it out and we send it back. If you don't fill it out, who comes to your house for the information? The census taker. And you give the information to the census taker, right? So it's up to whoever gives that information on what you're going to be classified as. You understand what I'm saying? So if they come to my house and I say, well, I'm white, they're going to put down white. If I say I'm Mexican, they're going to put down Mexican. If I say I am mixed, or I'm American Indian, they're going to put down Indian. Now, they're not going to change that because they got that information from that house. And that goes back, gosh, since the United States has been doing census and they had jurisdiction. And I think what they miss is that when it comes to the East and the Southeast tribes, they were already under the jurisdiction of the United States going back, right? You had the Louisiana Purchase, which happened. After the Louisiana Purchase, all of that territory that was not under the Hidalgo Treaty, which included California, Wyoming, southern Colorado, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and I think I'm missing a couple of states there. Anyway, so when it comes to us under the Hidalgo Treaty, we were not under the jurisdiction of the United States to take our censuses, right? So them censuses were taken under Mexico. They were taken under the Spanish Nueva España. And yeah, so, it's a totally different vibe. And you have to be, you just have to do your due diligence when it comes to that. Do your DNA. Network with your DNA matches because that's very, very important when it comes to your autosomal DNA, especially on Ancestry. What you get is centimorgans, which are called CMs. The higher the CM that you have, the closer the relationship that you have. The lower CMs that you have means that you are more distant. And I encourage everybody to take their DNA test, do their mtDNA test, do their Y-DNA test,
enter it into projects if you can in your area or wherever you think you descend from, and just network with your genealogical societies in your area. If you think that you are from a tribe, work with the tribe and figure out everything. But do not, and this is what got me about the host yesterday. He done his genealogy in like, what was it, 12 hours? And,
Yeah.
I love the information that you gave, Grammy Bear, and I think for people who really want to find out things, that it's great information. But looking back at videos of Dan Calloway after he decided that he was not going to make it in the rap industry, what he did was he, like all great cult leaders, they take away something, they discount something that could lead you to question what they're saying. So DNA, he made sure, like Jim Jones, DNA does not count. It's for entertainment purposes only. Don't look at it. Look at your genealogy, which he can now brainwash you to stay in the mindset that he wants you to stay in. And here we are with what we have now.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. And I want to reiterate because I see a comment here that says she's supposed to be a genealogist. I want to say it. I consider myself a newbie because I've only been doing it going on 12 years. Now, I know people that have been doing this from the 1970s who actually went to the archives. And when I say archives in Santa Fe, there is the Archdiocese of Archives where they keep all the records that are not on Family Search. And these people have extracted these films and have made books. And you can purchase these books, and it'll give you from Tome, Abiquiu, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, and being where I come from, it was a lot of Spanish colonization. You have to understand that we went through Onate, went through a Rayo de Aguilar, and I mean, there was like, they kept coming one right after the other. And when they came over, they brought the French with them, they brought the Portuguese with them, and they also brought their slaves with them. And,
Mm-hmm.
we all intermix. Now, there are people and tribes that were able to get away from that. But there are those of us like my great great grandfather, and there's a great project going on right now, which is called Native Bound Unbound Project. And I got invited to participate in this project. And right now, StoryCorps is going to be coming to my state here, a couple of towns away from me. And my great great grandfather was a Hanisario, and Hanisario actually means a native that was detribalized, where he was taken by the Spanish and he was sold back into a Spanish household at 14 years of age. He was 14 years old when he was Christianized and detribalized and put into this home, and he was used as a servant. And and this was in I think it was 1837. I don't have it right in front of me, but what the Spanish used to do when they came here is they would use the tribes against each other. And because some of the tribes would go with the Spanish, so they would take other tribal members and give them over to the Spanish, and they would use these tribes that they took to fight against their own tribe. And if you look into and oh my gosh, who was it? I think it was Vanta that did a live a couple of days ago on the
Yeah.
Janisario in
Shout out to
Mexico.
Vanta. He's down there in the
Yeah,
comments.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I really, really appreciate him doing that. And, he had my cousin Moses Gonzalez, who actually has written books on this. And I want to, if anybody's interested on what Genisario is, I suggest you get the book Nación Genisario, and it is edited by my primo Moses Gonzalez and Luis Madrid, and it is chapters of the Janisarios and what they did with the Spanish did with them, and how they used the villages. And um, there are villages that are still standing there in towns and that are now towns, Abiquiu, Tome, and I'm going off the top of my head right now because I don't have everything in front of me. But these were
Oh,
actually villages
when you
that
get a
they would
chance,
put.
can you send me a message
Yes, I
with that name in
definitely
that?
will.
Because I
Yes,
definitely would like to
I,
look at that.
yeah, I definitely will. And there is a couple other books that my cousin has written. And anyway, going back to this Native Unbound project, so I'm going to set up my time next month because it's going to be here in my state, June 1st through June 28th. They're going to interview me and my daughter. We're going to tell my great grandfather's story, say his name, and remember him and the stories that we have about him. And it's going to be put into the Library of Congress. And for me, that is an honor for me to do that because I think it's important to say their names, to remember who we are, where we come from. And yeah, I just wanted to come up and say that. So I appreciate you having me.
Oh,
And I will
anytime.
definitely, I will definitely DM you on that. And everybody have a good night. I'm sorry if I
Oh,
You
ramble too
too.
much. This is
No,
only like my seventh live ever. I don't really do lives, but I
I think
felt
it's
the
great
urge.
information.
Well,
Great
thank you very,
information.
very
Yep.
much. Thank you very
and
much.
I
So,
appreciate you
Cajun,
coming up.
yeah,
Yep.
Appreciate you coming
Yep.
up. Appreciate your support too as well.
thank you. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate you, Cajun bro. I love you. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you, Duchess, and
Good
I'll
night.
catch y'all later. Okay, bye bye.
Rob, can I say one thing to Lily before I cut my mic off?
Yeah.
So, Lily, what I was saying is, I've been looking at Dane Calloway because he's of interest to me. It- I'm very much so into cults as a psychologist, a forensic psychologist. That's just part of our thing, right? Is cults. So I've been looking at him and looking at the psychology of him and how this all got started. And so looking back at his videos, when he started pointing out that in DNA, it says for entertainment purposes only. Yes, it's in their fine print, but it gave him a way to discount DNA so that he could use that to focus strictly on the genealogy and them brainwash into you've been reclassified, you are these special people, you aren't slaves, and get them into this sense of a bigger purpose. Now he has millions of followers. He started getting money just off the following on YouTube, but now he is now getting money saying we're going to do these land patents. So, like most cult leaders, they start getting in your pockets and they'll take all of your family money. So, he is following textbook cult leadership, and they are textbook cult members.
Yep. Very YT supremacy tactics also.
Yes.
Very much
Yes,
so.
very. Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Yeah, and
Miracle.
then them
Hello.
doing those land panels can get them in a lot of trouble. Just, yeah.
And that's what I was saying. From what I've seen, like I can't speak on it too much. I can only speak on a little bit that I've saw because I don't quite understand. Just from the thought of if you even if you get a land patent today, there's been a lot of time between when your ancestor may have gotten the land patent till today. Even if you get that land patent and something's on there, that's not saying that you're going to get that land back. And then from a couple years ago, there was, like I said, there was a really famous scam with land patents. There's been probably about 3 or 4 iterations of it. And the first one was pretty much like I said, was trying to foreclose their home. They tried to draft up a land patent. House still got foreclosed, and they still had to pay a huge fine. And that was like across the country. And then, like I said, the other one was you would go to this like weird website, and then you download a document, and it would go off to this place that you actually send it to, and you send them your money, and then you do that as well. So now this iteration that they have now, where you go to, I think it's like the Glow website. I don't know how that fits in, but again, that's just something that I
Yeah,
want to
and a
see.
couple of these Moors are doing the same thing too, and a lot of them have gotten arrested.
Correct.
A lot of them
And
have been doing all
right,
that fraud and stuff.
and that's what I was getting at. So at first they were doing it, and then once they got in trouble, now they go to teaching it, and then letting everybody else get in trouble. But that's from the research that I've done. Now, if somebody down there has anything to input about that, if I'm wrong about something, come on up and you can explain it, and we can see where it goes. But other than that, that's as far as I know. But on the side note of that, in America, there's still a lot of racism. I mean, let's not just beat around the bush about that. And if a group of people think they're going to go out and just take some land or get their land back, it doesn't seem too logical from everything that's happened in America. So I'll just leave it at that. But again, if anybody wants to come up and dispute that, we'll
And
call
have
this the
y'all
clean
heard a
room.
lot of white tea people in the conservative side backing up John Conway? All suddenly?
Oh, have they?
Yeah, they have.
You know,
All
that makes
suddenly.
it makes a lot of sense. And there's some people out there. I don't know if they're here tonight, but I've said that I used to date a lot of conservatives, some Christian conservatives, and I would call a certain select called time skippers. And the reason why I call them time skippers is there's a certain period of time that they like to skip over, which is the end of slavery and beginning of
Mm-hmm.
civil rights. They totally skip over that part. Whenever you mention that, they'll say, "Oh, stop talking about slavery." You'll say, "No, I'm not talking about slavery. Let's talk about after, because you mean slavery is going to be just a sticking point for a lot of people." So then
And
you
they
go
don't want to
into what
talk
happened.
about those breeding camps that happened back in the day.
Exactly. But then what ends up happening is they'll go, "Oh, well, Martin Luther King, you know, the they just like that one phrase in Martin Luther King. I'm talking about the content of your character, and they'll just say the same thing. It's like, well, what else did he say? What else did he get to? And they skip right over it. And that's the issues that I always have in those kind of debates or when I talk to them. Now, on this side, it's the same exact thing. They time skip over your 1500s, when you had the Spaniards coming over. You get to your 1600s, so they skip everything before the British, pretty much when the British came in. They think slavery started pretty much in the 1600s, when it was actually before that. So they time skip over that portion, and then they do some kind of weird biblical thing to where they go 1619, then they talk about 1920, then they jump back to 17, and the next thing you know, they're talking about 1515. And it's like, man,
and
you're
then
just
they
time
end up
skipping all over the place.
all talking about Egypt in the Grand Canyon.
Yeah. And look, I
It's
was in
like,
the
oh boy.
military. Look, I was in the military. My school, I went to Fort Huachuca, Arizona, which is an MI school, right? Not one point did I hear anything about no Grand Canyon and portals. I still have friends down there. And ain't nobody talking about no portals or even walking to Africa. So I'm not sure what in the world. And nobody's saying, why don't you go and take a picture? And if they say that they can't do it, man, you got telescopes that can see all the way to the moon. You got telescopes and all this other stuff. And you might just hook that joker up and look at it.
You believe in
Because,
the moon, bro?
yeah, I know, right? That ain't up there. I don't know what
That's
that is.
another. You brought that up. It seems like these two or this community seem to be really enthralled with their facts, quote their facts, but then they also are into other pseudoscience and conspiracy theorists, like the
All
one
mashed together.
The stand-up comedian. You know what I'm talking about.
The which one?
The stand-up comedian. I'm not
No,
gonna
no.
mention
Say that again.
names. The guy who was a stand-up comedian. I think it was Port City who called him out on.
Who? Kwame?
Oh, I wasn't gonna say no names, but okay.
Oh, my bad. Piece of Kwame.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, he believes in you know astral projection and alien and like the two conspiracy theorists of indigenous weren't the first in North America, and then all these other pseudoscience seem to blend into their mind think, right? Um, you hear a lot of like, oh, North America is the oldest landmass, and I'm like, according to what? Like, they put a lot of emphasis on trying to be very North American, vice African, the African continent, right? And look, I work in science. Science is going to be right at the information that we have, right? So science is showing that all humans are from Africa. That is, at this point, non-disputable. However,
Right.
they also like to say that during Pangea, when the continents were together, that they were the first in North America. And I'm like how you said, they're date skippers, they're time skippers, right?
Time
And that's
skippers.
a perfect example of they go from 1692 to 3.2 million years ago, right? It's like, where were you in seventh grade science?
Yeah.
Where were you in 10th grade science? This is, and look, we all know public education ain't the best, but I mean, my Louisiana public education didn't fail me that much to think that there was humans walking around on Pangea. 3 point, and there was last night I was listening to a live where again one of them like, yeah, humans walked on side dinosaurs, and I'm like, oh my, like these people vote like this, they they
Yeah.
they, they procreate, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. It's to a point that I don't know. I don't know what's going on, man. Like I sat there. It's getting to a point whenever they show a picture because all the pictures they show, it's always cropped up. The
Hmm.
description's gone somewhere. Like it never came with a description.
Ooh,
But when they showed the
perfect
picture,
example. You
I
remember how
couldn't.
I tagged you? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I had tagged you a couple of weeks ago because this one dude was let me turn. Don't worry, you won't see my mug, but Um, one of them was saying that this was the first president of the United States, and these were the first United States legislators.
Oh man.
And how easy is it to do a reverse Google search and see that he cropped out state of Louisiana? This was Saint Bernard's This was from Louisiana only. And this is what we mean by cherry picking and misinformation. So they took out this portion, right? And then claimed it was the first president that it's always they, quote they, right? They are hiding or they are changing. But it's it's you who are misinformation generators.
Yeah.
Like you cropped an entire picture that says state of Louisiana, this is St. Bernard Parish, talking about the St. Bernard massacre, and claimed that it was America's first, non-white um, president and legislator. So not only did you get the information wrong, you got the misinformation wrong, and then the whole this is Abraham Lincoln, and I'm like,
Oh man.
you can't be serious, man. Like you can't be serious.
And you know what? That picture's in the Library of Congress. It's literally in the Library of Congress. I forgot what his name was in over in Liberia.
Antoine Washington was the guy who took that picture. He took a
Yeah,
lot of pictures that they're
a
using.
lot of pictures.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, my question to whomever wants to answer is I feel like that's part of the recruitment process. That they don't think that people are going to do their due diligence. They're just going to mindfully take in that information and be recruited like solid
yep.
in what they're saying. I think it's because I had a few of them come to my page and want to tell me that Queen Nanny is American Indian. Like, literally, if I didn't already know my Jamaican history, then I could have been recruited. That girl worked on me all day. I mean, all
Wow.
day.
Excuse me. This, yeah. It's easier to believe a comfortable lie than a hard truth,
Yeah.
right? So getting back to like, and that's what suckers people in, Duchess. Like, oh, this is so easy to believe because most of the time conspiracy theorists, I think you or Rob said it earlier, or I think it was Graham that said earlier that they tend to congregate, right? They want a sense of community. And when someone is spouting off something that they like or they can connect with, it's instant, right? Oh, this is my group now. This is my people, right? And you see that with all types of people in hobby, people in sports, people with
Yes.
car people, food people. It's because you're relating to that group so quickly that you really take on a lot of misinformation, stuff that you feel, not you particularly, but like you feel that, hey, you know what, that sounds right to me. I'm not going to do the work because this guy or this person, this woman has already done the work. So I'm just going to listen to what they say and then I'm going to repeat it as if I know what I'm talking about. And that's
Exactly.
and that's another issue with these communities of pseudoscience and conspiracy. They do no work. Like I said before, they take the information, they like how it sounds, and they roll with it.
100%.
This was
Hey,
another
Tristan, how you doing?
the
Peace,
solar
everybody.
flash going to remove. This guy is weird. This
I
Pablo
just,
Sun dude.
I just
All right,
wanted
go
to
ahead.
say that our personal family genealogy should not be told to us by the Dan Callaways, by people on the internet. And that's always been my biggest point is because we do have certain parts in history, where we can point to and we can say that, African enslaved people were intermixing and things like this with native people. We know Afro-Indigenous
Hmm.
people exist. The crazy
Yeah.
part to me is to say, okay, no, we're all indigenous. We're all
Right.
like I have a 1% DNA of Mesoamerican, and how that got here is because the people who enslaved my family, they brought us from the Bahamas, they brought us through the Virginias, the Carolinas and stuff all the way to Texas.
Hmm.
But the reason
Hmm.
why I know that part of my history is because I look into it. Nobody could tell me that we're all from America because I looked into this stuff. My family has been taking records down for, I think, almost 200 years. They've been taking little records down that we have in a family history book. So, no, you can't do your genealogy in 12 hours. You find stuff the time. And so I'm one of my family historians now. I literally find out new stuff all the time because we're talking about hundreds of people. Okay. If my great grandma happened to be a Cherokee princess, that's not all of my lineage. So why is everybody stopping right there if that's what they're claiming? Okay. So I that's the only thing I've always tried to talk to them about, but it's getting more cult like and it's getting more dogmatic more than really into your own family history and then sharing the story because that's what they tell us all the time. I'm just telling you guys my family history and my family. It's not that if 12 other people are regurgitating the same thing, you guys would, as we're all talking, if we all break down our family history, we're not all going to have the same type of story. We're not, if we're,
Correct.
Hmm.
especially because we're not related.
Right.
Yeah.
So
You
that's
Yeah.
know,
where it
it gets
gets
to the
And
me.
it
point.
took years for me to do my own genealogy. It took
Huh?
years. I didn't even know that my fourth grandfather was the slave master's son.
I want to
It took
address
me
this person.
years
Rob, who
to
do you
know
think
that.
love and unity is?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure that out.
Because
Um,
they just said they were replying to someone that said Cajun is on record saying he doesn't have African ancestry but has a black grandma. First of all, that's a damn lie. I'll show you my DNA ancestry right now, and I said my grandma was Creole. I didn't say specifically black, and if she was black, I can't claim any kind of blackness from from her because that's not who. Like, where are you getting this from? So let me show you
Oh,
my
they have no problem lying. Please
right,
don't show them anything. I had one tell me the other day if I didn't believe in what they were saying, why was I following them? I for
right.
sure was not following them. What they do is they don't have a problem telling a blatant lie because they want you to show that genealogy.
Yeah, yeah.
They're thieves.
So love and unity. Where's the video of me saying I don't have any African ancestry? Because I've shown my ancestry, with that shows the little that I do have. That not that I could claim it because it's altogether it's not it's barely 10%. So what video am I saying that I'm claiming to have no African ancestry?
And you know
No,
what?
I'm not a black. I'm
I
not a
was in
black.
there when you did it.
Wait, do they think I'm
You know,
black? Do
I
they think
was.
I'm black?
No, they're lying.
You,
Okay,
you
hold
know
up,
what?
y'all. Y'all don't y'all prepare yourself. I hope y'all didn't eat recently because
Yeah,
um
they just come out with blatant lies just
No,
to see
I
what
don't
I've
know. You
heard
I'm
kind
you
not
of.
I'm not black. I'm not a black guy.
I've heard you
You could
talk
be
about
swarthy.
family history
But
before, and you explained it that way every time that
yeah.
you have Creole background, and you also explained that you did have through the Creole background, you have the African there too because of who the Creole people are. So
I
I've
say it.
always heard you
Yep,
that way.
every time. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's my DNA. That's my DNA. That's my. Try not to get my name in there because they like to. That's my
Yeah.
DNA.
You're gonna
Right.
be Indian tomorrow.
You,
Right,
yep.
right.
A whole
And
Indian.
this is my DNA picture. Like I'm a white guy. Don't get me wrong, right? But my family has it's
Yeah.
this is what the records or because the way this DNA works, it's not showing where you're from. It's showing those people who have also taken the test have shown that the DNA connects, and this is where uh, regions, right? It doesn't show like, oh, I'm in my DNA, 6% of it is Benin Togo. No, 6% of my DNA has been shown to come from that area. That's another thing. They don't understand how this works. It's like when you see these, where are you from? We got the same. I'm from South Louisiana, bro. It's like you see, these white people on Facebook. Oh, I'm 2% Indian cherry. Like, yeah, okay, that doesn't mean you are
Yeah.
indigenous, right? Um, it doesn't mean anything. So like,
It's distraction.
right. So here's my DNA connects me to four communities. The Central Louisiana Acadians, which are the Cajuns, right, from Canada. The which they all settled in, central and south, eastern Louisiana, roughly, and then um, South and Central Louisiana African Americans, the Creoles, people who now Creole is tend to believe to be mixed, which yeah it is, but Creole at one point was anyone in the colonies, born in the colonies, right? But yeah, like
Yeah.
Tristan, I'm so glad you said it because I've said this time and time. I'm not claiming to be black. I'm not claiming to be indigenous. I am a
Yeah.
white guy. Of all intents and purposes, I'm a white guy, but this is what my ancestry. And not only does my DNA show this, the culture that I've lived in and that I lived and currently live in is supporting that Creole culture. Look at my food videos on my page. Look at the culture that I still hold on to is Cajun and Creole culture. I tell people all the time like gumbo wouldn't be gumbo without indigenous or African American, right? I don't understand when people are claiming, oh, he's this, and I'm like, I'm not. Like,
Hey,
come
real
on.
quick. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah, just
Hey,
trolling.
love and unity. Hey, love and unity. Look, it's very simple. Come up here and have a talk. And when I say come up here, I mean come in with your main profile because it makes
Yeah.
no sense and it shows the kind of person you are to hide behind a brand new spanking new profile when you know you have another one just to say what you
Hmm.
can down there. So come in on your main profile and come in. It's a good environment. You can talk to me if you like. We can
Oh, this
just
is a
talk
brand
it
new
out and you can
profile,
do.
Rob. It is a brand new profile.
Yeah, there's like
Oh
two
yeah,
people, two photos.
it's a brand new
Wow.
profile. So they need to
Yeah.
go ahead and come in with your main account. Don't hide behind it. Come in with your
We
main
had an
account
hour
and
live
talk about it.
before, and he kept saying he doesn't trace to Africa. Well, that's a damn lie. 'Cause I just showed you. Like, are you confusing me with somebody else?
Probably.
Like,
Maybe.
who wants to bet that this love and unity is be for real?
Oh,
Oh,
you never know. But can I, while we're waiting for this person to come up, can I explain something for Lily
sure.
and everybody about the DNA test being for entertainment purposes only?
Oh,
Um,
sure,
there's a couple.
100%.
There's a couple of articles that explain why that disclaimer has to be made, and it's not what the people who are saying don't take them are saying. The first part of the disclaimer is about the databases. So certain groups like South Asian groups, even Native Americans, their database is so small that they want to build it up before they give the accuracy that they give for other groups, right? That's one of them. But the biggest reason they have to say for entertainment purposes only is because they have health and wellness profiles. So they're saying if you do your DNA test, we can tell you what diseases you're prone to. No, the FDA, nobody's going to back that statement up. So they have to put for entertainment purposes.
It's a liability, insurance liability.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually
So
covered that in one of
that's
the
why.
videos.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Me too. I just shared one with Vanta, but can you tag yours too? So maybe I need to do an updated one. It took me forever to go find it again. So can you share yours with me so that maybe I'll do an updated one and break it down more so people can understand that, especially when it comes to the SNPs, how most of the major ancestry tests work with SNPs. It just shows your relation, like Cajun said. It shows your relation. So for African Americans, we shouldn't really be sharing SNPs with people in West and Central Africa if we have no relation to them, because that's their biggest claim is that we were originally here first. Then
Right.
why do we share SNPs with people that live all the way in West Africa?
Right. And for
So this
this,
is a
you lied, but I'm glad I got that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. This person is annoying the fuck out of me because they're
Yeah,
stupid.
you know
Whoever this
what?
is
One more
stupid.
time. One more comment,
Yeah.
and you can just go. If you won't come in
Never
with your main
once,
profile,
I
I mean,
guarantee you
you know what?
that's be for real because it sounds like her. And
Ugh.
she's the same one that she said her tribe spoke Hebrew and tried to claim Chitamacha. Like, who is speaking Hebrew in America in in the 1700s, 16, 1700s? Like, let's
And
be
I don't
real.
know any native that does speak
Right.
Hebrew.
I don't know, but I saw her go full white supremacy in that one live, and I was done. She
Oh,
was
bow
on.
down to your masters. Yeah, I saw that too.
Oh my God! Did you
Yep.
hear? Did you see
Yep.
that?
Yeah.
Then she pull out the
Yeah.
So
fake money.
Oh
there's
yeah.
also
And
a
I
guy.
can't believe Josh, too, offended her, laughing at those kids.
But never once have
Yes.
I said that I have no African lineage. Like I've shown my DNA from, and this is like, granted it's from ancestry, but I've shown this multiple times. I've shown what um my great grandma looks like. Like this is my grandma. Like this is my grandma,
Hmm.
Hey, Grandma.
right? Like
I
my
ain't gonna lie,
grandma died.
Cajun.
Hmm.
I ain't gonna lie, you look kind of swarthy when I saw you.
Hey,
It's worth it.
hey, I could be a swarthy Cajun. I might change my profile to swarthy
Swarthy.
Cajun.
I just
I
want to
saw it.
say that superiority that you see within some of them, that's also very cult like, because
Yes.
what happens is that they start to feel like they are the only ones in this awoken state,
Hmm.
and now they're superior to all of us who are sleeping, and that they have this connection to something that makes them superior.
Yes. Yes.
You know, just a few. I acquired like a super fan. Tristan should know this guy he just does video after video, and it's like the most ridiculous like videos. But one thing I noticed about him is he would say "we." Like I've never really went at him or anything, but it was after I did my episode number 10, and I debunked some of the stuff that some YouTube or TikToker was saying, and he kept saying "we," and I'm like, where does this "we" come from? It's like, oh, you're coming against us, and we will do this, and we would do that, and it's like, ain't nobody talking to you. So almost every single thing, it's just been one after another after another, and I'm like,
Yeah.
man, and then almost everybody that that comes on here or comes on my profile is always saying the we argument, but they never, attack the information. They never try to debunk or explain anything that I've shown, which is like a huge red flag. Because I've always said, if you have any issue with any content I have, I'm big enough to say, show me something, and then we can go back and forth. It's all about the information. Nobody can know everything, but as of yet, there's been not one person that has said anything about the information. It's always you're an agent, you're this,
Hmm.
you're
Yep.
that,
Yep.
and it's like this is ridiculous. It's a weird conversation, and I do want to say this about the whole genealogy thing. When it comes to African Americans, my stepfather actually mentioned this to me, and I feel bad for all these people that's caught in this because one of the main realizations is when you're doing a genealogy, you have to have an open mind. You can't have any parts closed off. So with some of these people, they don't think slavery is what it was, and they don't think of anything about the transatlantic slave trade either. So their mind's already closed off to that. But one of the main things that you have to realize is slavery was real. The transatlantic slave trade was real. I mean, there's no really debunk there. But when
Well,
it
do
comes
you
to
have
slavery,
pictures of these boats? Like pictures? Can you provide pictures?
yeah,
Not
yeah.
not
But when it comes
drawings. We want pictures. And you
but
know
yeah,
there
but
were
when it
no
Don't
comes
there
to
weren't
start.
there weren't ships then. There were only sailboats then.
man, that's crazy. But no, when it comes
No,
to
don't
slavery
start.
and these
They want a
plantations,
they want an
yeah,
iPhone
Hmm.
25 version of this picture too. Like, oh my goodness.
yeah. But see,
Yeah.
when it comes
One
for
time I was show.
when it, no, look, when it comes to slavery, right, and when it's dealing with the plantations, when you're doing your genealogy, you might run into a situation where you'll have, let's say, two brothers, right? One slave master gets one, and they give them their last name, and then another slave master gets another and gives them their last name. They're completely related. So now when you're doing a genealogy, it's that much more difficult to place them both together. And that's the
Yes.
situation that happens. And it's extremely hard to do anything like that. But then when you see people like, oh, I did my genealogy. Well, how long you did? Oh, it only took me like 5-10 minutes. Like, whoo, that thing is to pieces.
That thing is a
It's
lot.
tore up.
It takes like weeks and months, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
Even the
a
one
Oh,
No,
today
lot.
that
I think it's.
I was doing took.
so
Oh, go ahead.
Be for reals here.
Yeah.
Oh, what she has to say
Imagine
is
that.
on.
Hmm.
Interesting. No, it takes so long. My family have, like I said, they've been taking down history up to my one of my great grandfathers, started taking down writing names, doing this stuff back in the day, right? We have all this history, but like I said, I still find out stuff today that I didn't know, or even we had to fix family myths. Now that we have DNA and stuff like this, it's like our ancestors that were just here. That's you got hundreds of those people to look into. You have your mom's side,
Hmm.
your dad's side, and it just keeps going and going and going. So like people trying to do 5 minute genealogy records, yeah, you'll find something in 5 minutes, but then you still have to study that one subject. It's really interesting if you're doing it right. If you're
Yeah.
if you're looking for an outcome, and you can copy and paste a lot of stuff if you're just looking for an outcome, but you still have to research. I'll give you one example and then I'll be quiet. One of our family stories was that one of my great grandmas was Native American. All the while, they knew what the people telling us the actual story. They knew what her admixture was. Her dad was one of the Irishmen who owned our family, so or on that part of the family. So they even knew what she was, but they were telling everybody else that she was Native American. So if we didn't fact check this, even we have my grandpa do DNA too, and we were like, wait a minute, where's this Native American, right? So he finally said it. Her dad was one of the Irishmen. So it's always evolving and changing if
Hmm.
you're really interested in your family history. But that's the only thing I tell them too is like just do your family history. If it comes back that you have Native American ancestry, that's one thing. A lot of our Native American cousins tell them all the time, okay, you trace that. Now let me take your hand and I'll show you, you know, how to get into tribal enrollment if there's an enrollment process or how to get with our people. I've always heard them say that. If you do the work here, we'll drag you the rest of the way. But they're trying to say we are all just Native Americans, and that's where I have to argue because we all have different family history.
I know I'm not.
Yeah.
I can tell you. Well, I might have some because I do. Like I said, on my dad's side, they always said, you know, we got Indian in our family, but that's what it's always been. We have Indian in
Hmm.
our family,
Hmm.
not you a whole Indian.
Right.
You
I
know,
have
on
Yeah,
my
we
zero
mom's
always
side,
actually.
know that,
no.
but that could not be true.
Hmm.
But like I said, you
Yeah.
know, even when I did my DNA test, and I did mine way after the genealogy, and it was funny because I was like, man, I ain't taking that. I was like, I'm not spending my money on that. And then they had a sale, and I was like, all right, I do it. But here's the funny part, and this is where because I was one of the ones that I was like, yeah, I can do it, but whatever, right? Well, I did the test, and when I got it back, my half brother calls me. Hey, I see you did the DNA test. I'm like, how do you know I did the DNA test? Like, what you mean? So when I open up the app, he pops up. I was like, oh. I was like, man, I didn't put your name on this thing. And then I see my first cousin. I was like, oh
Hmm.
shoot. I was like, okay.
I found a great cousin of mine that was my grandpa's brother. Um, he had a secret daughter because she popped up on my DNA matches, and I'm like, hey, I noticed, we're pretty close. Can I ask who you are? And she said, I'm Charles's daughter, but he never mentions me. And I'm like, oh shit.
You know what? Maybe that's why they're saying that the DNA test is false
Oh.
because there's a lot of like weird stuff going on in these families.
Yep.
Hmm.
I
Maybe.
did my I had my mama do hers too. Just so I could get like a better. I want to get my dad before he passes because he's sick. But I want to get my dad to do his before um he passes. But I'll show you my mom's. Um, Hold on one second. But yeah, she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm so and so's daughter," but no one really knows, and I don't care to reconnect. I'm like, "Oh shit!"
Mm-hmm.
So this is my mom's. Obviously, you got the French, right, and then you got the West African, and I don't know where this indigenous because mine says indigenous, but it's 1%. It's literally nothing. Mine says indigenous Ecuadorian, and now hers is saying indigenous North and Bolivia, Peru, which is like we have no connectivity of that lineage of that whatsoever. But so I thought it was interesting. Obviously, not that I can claim it because it's a drop in the bucket, right? Because none of the communities are going to come up other than what mine did. But so, like, I would love to. My great grandma died when I was 11. My grandma died when I was 8. I would love to have that technology. Imagine having that technology 30 years ago, right? Well, as accessible as it is now, 30 years ago. Can you imagine?
I got a question, right? Now, I'm not gonna lie. How come is it always the great grandma? Like,
Yes.
it's just one great grandma? Like, they ain't
One,
no
one.
It's
Yep,
one.
grandfathers?
yep,
Like, y'all ain't got no grandfathers?
Do
yeah.
you not
That's
count the
crazy.
father?
I mean, did the father like disappear? Did y'all like just spring?
More mess it up for a lot of dudes. They're like, don't put me in that mess.
Yeah, because it's like just
Maybe
one
to me.
grandmother. All of them.
It's
Wait,
just
Yep.
hold on.
one though.
Hey, I gotta. You know what? Hold on. We gonna have to explain
No
something. Do y'all all
granddaddy,
y'all got the
no
same
no
great?
Nope.
papa. Where
They
he
don't
at?
Do
even
y'all got
look
the
at the
same
pop
grandma?
pop. They don't
Like,
even care about pop pop.
Nope.
man, hold on. Is this the same grandma? Come on. Hey, you're more
So
than
it's
welcome to
that's
come
why
up
I
here.
got good hair.
Who said
I
what?
mean,
Grandpa was out drinking, getting high.
That's why I got good hair.
I mentioned earlier the grandmaology. Like I said, I can't claim it because I heard somebody else say it. But what? Why is there no grandpaology? Popology?
that's why I
Pop
said,
pop. Ain't nobody
you know
worried about
what?
pop pop.
That's how I look. Grandma may have told you
Grandma
Indian,
in the
but my
street.
pawpaw said no.
My
No.
grandma for the street.
Grandma for the street.
Y'all stop that. Y'all
Oh my
stop that.
goodness.
Oh my
Oh
I'm
god.
telling you,
man, that
hey,
is
my pawpaw
hilarious.
say hell no. I mean, I guess we need to start. Hey, look, everybody, we got to start this thing, man. We got to start. The grandfather said we African.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh geez. I don't know.
So,
My grandpa told me some crazy ass stories, and I'll never forget as long as I live. He told me just some random conversation. He's like, "Yeah, it seems like every time I hung my drawers up on Grandma's bed, she was pregnant." I'm like,
Oh,
"Grandpa, like I
oh
don't need to
wow,
know
okay,
that.
ooh.
Come on."
all right.
Maybe
All
that's
right.
why
So,
nobody took Grandpa seriously because he was out there telling the truth.
well, Cajun, I'm a therapist. If you
Oh wow,
if you need therapy from that, I am a
Oh my
therapist.
goodness, I will
grandpa for the
never, never,
streets.
never forget that.
Oh my
Oh
god.
well, all
I mean,
right.
they had let's see, my mama, aunt,
This is definitely a
uncle.
safe place.
Yeah,
Rob,
they
is that
had like
where
seven
Jessica
kids. Like
wrote?
they didn't have no hobbies back then. He came
Rob,
from the army and just said, "Hey, you know what? Let's do this."
Oh man, that's
hey Rob,
okay. Huh?
did you see what Jessica wrote here? She
No,
said they
what's up?
think it passes only through females, and it's harder to trace female lines with maiden names.
Ooh.
Look at that. That makes so much sense.
I
Hmm.
still want to know what the grandpa say though, because they don't ever talk about the grandpa, man. See,
Grandpa ain't saying
nobody ever
nothing.
cares
Let
about
me
the
see.
guys,
Let me
man.
see if
The
I can
man.
pull up the picture because maybe there's reasons. Because I have an uncle who is he's a lot darker than the rest of them, and
Is
one
he
of these
swarthy?
things is not
He's
like he's
swarthy.
swart. He's beyond swarthy, my man. Hold
He's
on,
swarthy.
let me
Okay.
find the picture.
Is
Swarthy
he
states
mad?
of America.
Hold on.
Oh
Is
my
he
god,
mad swarthy? Because there's a difference.
he
You can be swarthy, but you gotta be mad swarthy.
he if he would be swarthy if swarthy was swarthy.
Wow.
Man, hold on, man. We've been here since Pangea.
Who
Man,
said that?
come on, man.
Who said that?
Manny down there.
Oh.
Man, he's funny. He is.
Hey, Manny, you want to come up and talk about it? I like to hear this Pangea thing.
No,
I mean, you can
he's
come
funny,
up.
man. Yeah. So here's the picture. Hold up, let me show you. All right. So I said there's like that. There's grandma, right?
Uh-huh. Graham.
There's grandpa.
Okay.
Grandpa
Grant.
looking kind of swarthy, but we from South
Oh, yeah.
Louisiana, so there's a lot of sun. But then, oh, Unc down here,
Oh,
Okay.
he's got that swarthy going.
that
You got
is,
it.
he got that swarthy.
Swarthy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find a picture of him recently. Oh, it's so funny.
Yo,
Let's
what's
see.
up, guys? How you guys doing?
There he is.
What's
Hold
going
on. Is
on,
that
man?
Manny? Manny's the
Hello.
goat.
Welcome.
What's up?
So
Is he
there's
fresh?
old swarthy uncle now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Manny, Manny, you down there fresh?
What's up?
Swarthiness.
You down there fresh?
Yeah, what's up?
Not say you fresh.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
All right. All right. Now talk to me, man. So we see it since Pangea.
Yeah, man. Like, how do you not know this? We literally used to live right next to the dinosaurs, man. You
Right?
know?
Yeah,
Really?
we
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. We went to the dinosaurs.
Oh,
Yeah, I think one of my
all right.
ancestors had a pet T-Rex.
Oh
Oh
Lord.
man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Manny's hilarious.
You know dinosaurs are
Manny
black
is
though, right?
funny.
You know
Huh?
that?
What'd you say?
Dinosaurs are actually black. You know that?
The black?
Yeah, they were black. You know how they show them gray and stuff?
They were the
Oh,
swarthy lizards.
wow.
Yeah.
But
Man, I
We
used to
was
you,
get the.
all green too.
Damn, do they speak indigenous too?
Nah, you know what it
Horrible
is
They
though?
lizard.
spoke Hebrew.
Jurassic Park. Hey,
They spoke
look, I ain't
Hebrew.
gonna lie to you. Jurassic Park was actually a history book.
Yeah.
A history book. Life
History book,
Oh,
man.
there's arrows and
finds a
feathers
way.
all over the comments. There's arrows and feathers all over the
Uh,
comments.
somebody's mad.
Oh man.
Who mad down there?
Don't be for real telling someone keep his name out your mouth.
Whose mouth? Whose
I got a
name?
question. I got a question. Like, how did the indigenous people survive the ice age? You know,
They were swarthy.
wasn't the whole America like under ice?
Yeah.
Like, how did they survive? Like, they must have some superpowers, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, you know what? To be no shit. Or sorry. I did hear one time through my when I was perusing and listening to this before I got into the game a little bit that they had telekinesis,
Shut
right?
up.
But
Ooh.
that was just to talk to each other with telekinesis.
Is that what seeing these quote Indian dudes on my all of my FYP moving foil?
No, no, no. Did you hear what I said?
I was like, so what?
They talk to each other with telekinesis.
Damn.
That's deep.
Like
Yeah, that's really deep.
I thought it was telepathy, but
Right?
Telekinesis is moving things.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh
just
man.
saying,
Oh.
and that's a
My
real story
FYP
too.
is full of those dudes for some reason.
And that's
Man.
there's a couple people out there who's like we used to talk to each other with telekinesis, and I'm like, oh man,
Maybe they carried their words.
they carry something.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but yeah, I seen them people. They be moving like aluminum foil.
Oh my God! Like
I
it's
thought
funny
it
because
was
they'll
wind, but
it's
uh,
Mm.
telepathy.
Someone
but you know
said
what?
that if they were underwater because they were Atlanteans at the
Oh
time.
yeah, that's yep.
Damn.
Oh,
Look
there
at
he
Rob's
is,
face.
Carolina. Hey, oh man, Carolina, you ain't got no. Okay, look, Carolina, this is for you because you actually came over to YouTube, but you left YouTube when I told you to
Mhm.
wait.
Hey,
Now, you had a lot to say,
not
and I
yet.
was waiting for you. I even got
Okay.
out of the gym, out of my workout, and took my time out to come over there, and you left. So,
I'll
whenever
bring it.
you're ready, you let me know. I can check with the fellas, and then we can see. So,
Why don't she come up here? She talking about we making up stuff. Why don't she come up here?
We're literally talking about made up stuff though, like
On purpose. On purpose, Cajun.
Yeah, I can't.
on purpose.
hold on.
It's so funny when I see these dudes with their telekinesis moving the foil, but then they have to physically pick it up and put it back in place before they could telekinesis it again.
I don't understand how they can't make a comeback to him.
Right. They could air push, they just can't air pull.
Right.
The funny part is
Come
when
on,
they
be
have
for
their
real. Come on
feathers.
up, meet me. I ain't got a chance to talk to you yet.
I want to know where she got her feathers from. Like, did she actually got an eagle and picked it out, or I don't know.
Hey, be for real. It's a safe space. We can talk. I ain't never
Come
met you
you
yet.
can ask her.
Yeah, you. Come on.
She
Yeah,
told me
you.
Come talk to me.
Does she
she
sell
don't think she don't
feathers?
think I'm from
I
Louisiana.
asked her, does she sell what's it called, feathers? I mean, feathers.
Oh no, so look, we're not gonna do that because right here, look, I
All
just
right,
want to
bet.
have a conversation. I want to see what's going on. Then this is my first. What is it? The first day on live. So my second
Yeah.
time going live. So I wanna
She
Why
coming
come
on
on
her
your
come on my
backup.
backup?
She
backup.
said she's coming up on her backup.
All right.
Okay, that's fine. Come on. You can come up on your real one.
Yeah, she
I
doesn't
guess
believe
It
I'm
don't
from
matter.
Louisiana.
she don't want to get banned or anything.
Mm.
Bananas.
Like I said,
Sorry, bananas.
just a nice, cool conversation. I've never
Yeah,
met.
what's up with
So.
like certain words like that. It's just like Facebook does the same thing. You can't say type out certain words, or
Yeah,
it's instant.
yeah, they come for you.
Yeah,
Hmm. So yeah, she
it's
doesn't want to get
instant
banana.
ban.
Yeah. So you're in her parts of the U.S., Cajun.
Yeah, but she doesn't believe I'm from Louisiana because she keeps saying if he's from Louisiana and if he says where he's from.
Why would it be an if?
I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I know my family's from Baton Rouge,
it's a
so
fly.
I don't know exactly. But
I
I don't
thought I
have to
did.
claim exactly part though. That's just some other stuff.
I thought I
Some
took him over
places
there.
like Kenya. Oh Lord. Mm.
What in the world? Oh, this must be who this here.
Hi,
Hi,
Stacy.
hello.
Who is that?
Stacy.
Is that B for real?
No, no, who's be for real?
Oh, I thought she said she was coming up on another profile. But how you doing, Stacy?
I'm good, my love. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fabulous.
I was scrolling and I heard this guy say he's Cajun. I'm Creole, so how you doing?
Hey, Cajun.
Oh, my bad. I was muted.
No, you're good.
I gotta take the garbage out.
Oh, because I definitely want for me. I'm not Cajun. I wish I was now, but
No, yeah, I'm Creole. We share the same culture, so.
Yeah, there is a guy on uh I think Justin Thibodeau is his name, and he's ruffling a lot of feathers when it comes to the Cajun Creole community.
Mm. Kate, and now I got a question for you, Cajun Sailor, right? So, would you say that the black people
I
in
think there's a big
Louisiana,
difference.
a
Um,
lot of them are mixed
I mean, there's
with,
some differences.
I'm sorry, Cajun?
I think I'm cutting out because I'm going away from Wi-Fi.
I think so. Okay, maybe.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
wondering too. I was like,
So
man, I didn't understand that one at
yeah, so
all.
Justin Thibodeau, he's ruffling a lot of Cajun feathers when it comes to because he's saying how close the cultures are to the point to
Mm,
where is there a real okay, there's an distinction of Cajuns because of where they come from, but when it comes to
mm-hmm,
culture,
mm-hmm.
um, the Creole
It's the
culture was
same.
already here. Yeah, it's the same. They didn't have gumbo in Canada. They didn't have, um, they had boudin. That's a French sausage. You know, that's a thing. But like a lot of the Cajun foods that um, we know and enjoy, and that people think is strictly Cajun, is really Creole. There was a big
Mm-hmm.
push. There was a big push in this from about the '60s to about the '80s to label everything Cajun
Cajun.
because Cajuns
Mm-hmm.
wanted to kind of distance themselves from Creoles for obvious reasons. If you don't know what that reason is, it's white supremacy. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so they wanted to label everything Cajun. Cajun music, which Zydeco is Creole. Cajun
Zydeco.
food,
Mm-hmm.
the language, that Creole, Louisiana de Creole or Corey Vinny. You know, um, so there was a big push to kind of get away from what really the culture is about. And it's about, the influence of indigenous and African American in the
Thank
South
you.
Louisiana region.
Thank you. Thank you. Y'all hear that in the comments? You hear what Cajun just said? He just confirmed it. So Cajun, I have a question for you, right?
Uh-huh.
So Cajun, would you say that the black people in Louisiana, a lot of them are mixed with Native American? Do you believe that? Yes or no?
There's some. I just was mentioning to someone on here, there is a documentary called The Lost Tribe, and it's about people whose family was African American, freed, and escaped, who escaped to some of the indigenous tribes, and those tribes now have kicked them out. Um,
Mm,
it's kind of like what the Cherokee had done to the Freemans here recently, but then they just accepted them back in. But,
mm.
we were talking about grandmaology earlier, right? But
Yes.
um, they're trying to claim not so much their um, indigeneity, but their connection to a tribe,
Indigeneity through
right?
our blood.
Well, not so much through the blood, through the culture,
Yeah, it is
right?
through the blood.
No, not all the time, because um, you can be adjacent to the culture, grow up in the culture, be the culture, but you don't have the like me. I'm white, right? But the Creole culture is my culture, right?
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
it's what we claim, it's what we grew up, it's what we experienced. So
Exactly.
those
Okay.
those individuals who are getting kicked out are feeling they are being ripped away from their culture or not able to connect back to their culture.
Mhm.
Whether it's, not so much, it's not always blood. It's
A lot of
relations.
times, as a Creole girl from South Louisiana, a lot of us have mixtures of Native Americans in our blood. This is why we celebrate it. We don't celebrate it for nothing. We celebrate it because Native Americans and African people came together and had families and shared each other's culture. This is why we have Native Americans in our culture, because they was with the Africans too, which is what I am. I have a part. I'm not saying I'm half and half, but I'm Louisiana French Creole. You have European ancestry, Native American ancestry, and African ancestry. Most of us
Yeah,
have Native American ancestry, believe it or not. We do.
yeah, that's
This is
not
why it's in our
unfactual,
culture.
right?
You hear what I'm saying?
Right, and that's not unfactual. You're right. But there's also those who were part of the culture who weren't blood related. You know what I'm saying? Who are
Yeah, yeah,
still part of the
absolutely.
culture. Yeah,
Absolutely.
so
I
like,
don't think anyone's
um,
denying what you're saying, Stacey, though.
No, the
right.
comments, yes, they are, because I just came from a
Are they?
live,
Because
Johia's live, and Johia was talking about, oh, you don't know your tribe, so you can't claim this and that, whatever.
yeah.
But in Louisiana, everything is word of mouth, and we know our heritage. First of all, if you see my profile picture, that's me. And I'm
Hmm.
not mixed with white. I don't have white people in my family. I come from a dark skinned family. So how the hell do I come out this color? And my people been telling me forever I have Native American people in my family, and I come out this yellow with curly hair. It don't make sense. This is not from white people. I have a very distant European ancestry, and my dark skinned family members also look the same. They have curly hair and they're dark. That's not from white people. That's from mixing with Native Americans. So
Right,
it's
and there
Question.
was a lot of mixture in the South because of it's the South, right? I mean, the connection between slavery and those indigenous still living in the area and whatnot. It's like the Mardi Gras Indians. A lot of people think, oh, they're pretending and they're playing, they're cosplaying. Like, no, the Mardi Gras Indians are paying homage to those who took in their ancestors, who took in their family members, who protected them, who welcomed them in to escape slavery and escape from being caught. So when you see the Mardi Gras, it's why it's kind of upsetting when they're trying to be co-opted as, oh, look, we're the real indigenous. Well,
nah,
then
that's not true. Yeah, no, that's
right,
not true. I don't agree with that. We are a
yeah, and I
mixture
don't either, because
of
it's
African
taken away
too,
the entirety of their African culture that is so integral to Louisiana culture. Like, you can't have Louisiana culture
without
without
African.
African culture. You
That
just can't,
exactly.
right? Now, those who are claiming to be part of tribes that maybe their family member was in and they're trying to reconnect, that's where I go back to that documentary called The Lost Tribe. But then there are
Hmm.
also some who claim to be indigenous for nefarious reasons, right? And like I said, I'm
Hmm.
not indigenous or black, so I'm not going to speak on the experience, but I will
Hmm.
speak on the misinformation and the disingenuous of those individuals who are claiming that for money purposes, or now, like we were talking earlier, the land patents and stuff like that. And then someone brought up in a live, if you are indigenous and you claim to be indigenous, what are you doing with the indigenous community to bolster them, rather than it's just what
Exactly.
I want, what I need, what I'm gonna get, what I deserve. What are you doing to bolster that culture that you claim to be part of? Yet it doesn't seem you want to do anything other than, you know, help yourself.
They don't even want to accept us when we have these discussions. They want to reflect and deflect and turn us away instead of
Yeah,
even
and
being open
you know,
to having these communications with us. And it's not everybody who believes that, oh, we're the original American people, da da da. I believe that's ignorant, that's stupid, because obvious Afrocentric features. We have very obvious African culture within our culture. We're not celebrating Africans because we care about Africa. We celebrate Africans because the people within our culture come from
yep,
Africa. That's the
yep.
same with
Have,
Native American. We don't celebrate Native American just to do it. We celebrate their Native American ancestry because that's also a part of our culture. And a
yep.
lot of us have these mixes that we understand in our communities. Do you know that they have communities in South Louisiana where it's only families that live in these areas, that lived
Yeah,
in these areas for years? Don't you think they know their history?
right, exactly. I bring up the home and nation all the time because that same the problem we have with Alexa off.
I grew up with Houma Indians. I literally
Yeah,
grew up with them my whole
yep.
life.
My my great
Like, come
aunt
on.
married one, a Billiot. And the problem that with
Come on. The
so the home and
LaBeoufs. Come
huh?
on. The LaBeoufs. Come on.
Yep,
The
yep.
Pharaoh, the what else?
The
The
forays.
ferrets, the forays. Yeah, you know, come on
Yep.
now. You know exactly what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. Stop playing.
Yeah, so the problem with that though is the home and nation has been trying to get federally recognized for the longest, but they're not getting recognized. They're state recognized since 1972, but they're not federally recognized. So when you have groups of people trying to claim indigeneity that's not, it's actually hurting a lot of this of these nations who are only federally state recognized and can't get federally recognized because of whatever's going on.
We
So
not
like
hurting. We not hurting the home Indians. I promise you, we not.
I
They
want
well
to.
got
yeah
their
they
identity.
I want to
They
correct.
have their solidified identity.
I want to correct Christine a little bit, because she's mentioning Caribbean people. If you're talking about some Caribbean people, yes, I agree that some of them are both mixed with natives and Africans. But I represent Jamaica, and even though the Tannels they are Aboriginal to Jamaica, majority of us do not have native blood. We're African ancestry for us Caribbeans from Jamaica.
Hey, this is B for
What's going on, B
hey,
for
this is
real?
B for all. I'm on my what's up?
what's up?
How you doing?
I don't I don't run from the conversation. I be ready for the smoke. So what's going on? What's popping?
Oh, I just wanted to meet you. I've been seeing a lot of the lives and seeing y'all talking and stuff like that. So this will be the first time I actually, first time live and wanted to say hi. What's going on?
I think I saw you on Josh's live in the comments. Yeah, one of
Yep.
my friends shouted you out like, "Be quiet, Rob." You
Yeah, and
know.
I actually
I
went up
saw
there
you over there.
too.
You
Yep, I
did?
actually went up there and yeah, I was talking about one of your friends, the Goddess TV showed that ancestry record that I told her that they weren't the same record. So you missed that?
I when I get off Josh live, I usually just go on, hop down, and exit the live. I don't always stay. I don't always stay.
Okay.
But
So
anybody got any questions for me?
I do. So you don't have any African ancestry?
I do have family members who have came from Haiti.
No, 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 no. Not Haiti. I'm talking African ancestry.
What do you mean? Like
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 African.
actually, like what do you mean? I have ancestors who
Like
came from Haiti.
what about from the landmass that we call Africa?
What about it? Like what about it? Like who? Like what you trying to ask me?
You don't
Well,
think
because
that you got ancestors from Africa? Like you feel like you native to like you feel
Uh,
like you're native to America?
Stacy, didn't me and you have a conversation before? Don't act brand new
No,
around a different group of people.
no, babe, I'm not. But we trying to get you to understand. You say
No,
that
you can't.
you. This is
You
what you
can't.
say though.
But Stacy, we do recognize in Louisiana there were different groups of people who were also there who were not considered to be African, even if they presented as black. I mean, I thought
okay,
that was a
so
known
here,
history
let me.
where we from.
No, we're
So
mixed.
wait. Here we go. Here, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna
No,
say.
we ain't.
So
I think
what I'm
a lot
asking
of
you.
confusion is when there's a lot of indigenous nations in South Louisiana who are really really dark, and people think confused of because they're indigenous, right? But they also have a lot of mixture,
No,
as Stacy and I was talking earlier.
no,
So
But
wait. Hold on. Let me.
know what?
I'm just. I'm really
no.
curious.
That's no.
That's not true.
So what I'm asking is, do you have African ancestry, or like your ancestors? Not Haiti. I'm talking about the landmass that we call Africa today.
No, I haven't found not one in either side of my genealogy. Not one. Not
Not
one. And
one.
my ancestors also told me not one. I did
How
all
far?
my genealogy records from every side of my family. Not one.
How far back did you go?
I went all the way into the 1700s.
Did you do it
So
yourself?
I went all the way to the early 60s.
okay. So wait, early
What you say?
1700s, right?
Did you do it yourself, be for real, or did you have help
Mm-hmm.
with the genealogy?
Well, I did it the paperwork myself, but I also have the birth certificates of all my ancestors, my ancestry numbers, and I also have a grandmother who's currently living as well.
Okay, cool. So around 1850, what were they listed in the census?
You said what?
1850, what were they listed in the census?
You said what? I didn't hear your question.
In 1850,
For some reason it's glitching. What you said?
1850, what were they listed in the census? Because you're from Louisiana, correct?
Correct.
So in 1850, what were they listed as? Your family members?
Uh, Somewhat identified as colored, black, Negro, but yeah, colored majority in the 1850s.
Oh, so free persons of color?
And I also had some even scratched out.
Okay, so free
No,
persons
it,
of
it
color in
never
the
said free
1850s.
in of it.
Because you know they had a slave
No,
schedule in
I
the
didn't say that. I had color as
color.
some even had was identified. You said what?
Because you know the 1850s, they had like a slave schedule that went along with that because they were
It's
enumerated.
pausing on my end.
Okay, so you know they were enumerated on in 1850, right?
Uh, o-
Huh?
okay. Have to do with this? What we talking about? What we
Well,
have to
because
do?
you
What
said you
that
went
have to
back
do
to
with what
seven.
we talking about?
Well, because you said you went back to the 1700s, so you must have seen that in 1850 there was actually a slave schedule, and slaves wasn't enumerated on the 1850 census.
Okay. So are we under the notion that every person in America who identify as black was a descendant of an African slave? Is that where we're going?
Well, where we're going at, so that's a yes or no question actually. So if you're talking about today, is everyone descended from a slave that's black? The answer is no, because you had many migrations during that time. But if your family traced back before or 1860, the answer is yes, because Up until 1860s, there were slaves. Am I wrong?
Can you repeat it one more time? I want to make sure
Okay.
I'm hearing
So,
you correctly.
okay. So it's real simple. If you're asking, is everybody considered black from Africa? Now, if you ask that question as today in 2023, the answer is no, because you had many migrations. So everybody that's black in America now are not necessarily from there, right?
Right.
Okay. Because you have people, from the Caribbean, which most time they can trace, but I'm not going to say that. But what I will say as a definite, if you trace your family back before 1860 in America, the answer is yes. You do understand that, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. So, do you think slavery was real or no? And you don't understand it?
Yeah, I understand everything that you're saying. I don't know why you're talking to me like that, but I'm well versed on this topic. This is not a new topic to me. I do this on a daily. That's why I am considered the main target around this piece. I do this. You asking the question multiple times in multiple ways is not shaking me, but your live is glitching. I don't know if people recording it, but y'all can go ahead and tap the screen. But it's glitching on my end. I don't know why.
Okay. No, I wasn't. I was just asking the question because you asked me was all the people coming straight from Africa. So I just made sure that I answered your question correctly.
I got a question, bro.
Um, again, go ahead. Pop it off.
The
It is
only
glitching
thing,
because I
the only thing we want you to understand, I'm gonna just say this real quick. I'm gonna hop out. I just want you to understand that people keep thinking that the way that you think, right? Because maybe you are fully indigenous, that's your family, right? But we cannot associate ideology with most of Afro-Indigenous people, which are people who do come from African ancestry, but we also share Native American ancestry as well too. So we understand, you know what I'm saying, how you are and what your family is. The only thing where we're trying to get you to understand is as a Louisiana French Creole, we have African ancestry and that's undeniable. So
and that's what I wanted to
we
ask.
you can't speak
Yeah,
for
but
Louisiana French Creole. You can't speak for Louisiana and say that we all are just indigenous, that we don't have African ancestry, because that's not true. We
And
do
that's
have
what I wanted to
African
ask because
ancestry.
I
if I'm
never one
mistaken,
I never one time said that. Not one time.
you didn't
I
say you were
never one
Creole.
time said, okay, let's go, because I was sitting in there on my account before y'all bar me up on this account. I never once said that the slave trade did not happen. Never once said that. I never once said that Africans did not come into Louisiana. Now, the groups of Africans that came, or the group of African that came, then that's where we differ. But as far as saying that everybody in America that's black is indigenous, I never once said that. Not one time.
So my question to you said you were Creole, correct?
Yep.
Me too. I'm Creole too, Cajun Creole. But you also say you have
There's a
no.
difference. But
Yeah, there
here's
is
the
a
thing.
difference.
That is a huge difference, but for Creole, because you could be a Haitian Creole, you could be a French
Right,
Creole, you could be
right.
a Cajun Creole. So
But that's my question. So you said you're Creole, but has no African ancestry.
Kate Creole.
He is Cajun Creole. He is. Yes, he is. We are one in Louisiana. We don't separate
I
Cajuns
am
from
white.
race.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I've never
But
denied that.
we have the same culture. So he is
Right.
Cajun. I call myself Cajun Creole in New York too
Yeah.
because we share the same culture. So he is Cajun Creole.
Yeah. I mean, I never denied that I'm not white. I'm a white guy, but I'm also Cajun Creole. That's the culture I grew up in. It's a culture that my family grew up in.
Um, I got a phone call. What was the question?
You already answered it, so I don't know why you're asking again. But it
No, no, we was talking about the Creole, different groups of Creole.
right. I asked if you were Creole. You said there were different types of Creole,
Yeah.
Haitian, French Creole. So being Creole without any African ancestry, what would you label your Creole background as?
um, that's that's the funny part because everybody in Louisiana is practicing Creole culture, even if they are new to Louisiana, even if they are immigrants, even if their ancestors come from all over the world, they're still practicing Creole culture, the food, the music,
Right, or
everything they do to scream
you
Creole.
could
So don't make it
you could
seem
enjoy
like
the culture.
hold up. Don't make it seem like in order to be Creole that you have to have African blood because Creole is also considered to be a culture and also a group. It could be a group
Right.
of people or it can be a culture. Most people lose their culture. Notice Cajun and Creole is two different cultures. You are a
Is
Cajun.
it though?
You
Is
yes
it
it
though?
is. Yes it is. Yes the hell it is.
Can you
It's very
can you
Cajun
explain
similar.
the differences?
is similar but it's different. It's
Can you
similar
explain the
but it's
differences?
different.
It's
Nope.
way too similar.
It's
Can you
similar
ex-
but it's
Um,
different.
can
can
I
you
That's all
explain
I'm
the
can I
gonna
ask you
say.
something
differences?
real quick? Just real quick. Where in Louisiana is this that you talking about? Did you say in
Where I'm
Louisiana,
from,
right? Like
where I'm
hold
from,
on,
from
like the
the
whole Louisiana?
dirty. No,
Well,
and that's the thing. Just like when people say they're from Shreveport or Lafayette, I mean, it's certain groups of Louisiana that carry different cultures. So just because you from, but my family is from New Orleans. My family is from Homer, Thibodeau, Napoleonville, Downsonville, Laverdeville, those areas.
And I'm
That's
from the
my
oh,
same
family.
exact. I'm from
okay.
the same exact place as she from. The same
Well, my
exact.
family's from Baton Rouge.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Like I said, my family's from Baton Rouge, and we about as African as you can get. So I'm not
So
sure where this indigenous come from.
the
I have
question
a
I had
question.
also was, can you tell me the differences between Cajun and Creole culture?
Um, well, for me, I'm gonna say for me now, Cajun culture to
You didn't
me.
say it was for you earlier. You
Look,
said
listen,
there's a difference in the
let
culture,
me
but
tell you. That's why I didn't want to say it now, because Cajun mean is the cooking is different. The faces of the people are different. Um, like I say,
what's the difference in the cooking?
please don't make me say it. Go.
No,
Yeah, the
say
Can we
people
it.
not
the
go
people
Go
into?
in the
ahead.
Oh,
comments
We all
Cajuns.
adults.
Can we not
Cajuns
go?
got good food.
Can we not go there?
the people in the
We all
comments are
adults.
saying Cajun is white, Creole is black. That's what they're
Yeah.
saying.
That's what it is.
please,
But that's what it is,
please
though.
don't let me go into the
So
details
But we
yeah,
now.
share,
it
but we
is.
share the same culture because you gotta understand, like Zydeco music,
Right.
right? Zydeco music came from the Europeans. I'm not sure if it was the Cajuns themselves. I think it was though. But we got that from the
Mm,
Europeans and we Africanized it, right?
mm,
Just
mm,
Yep.
mm.
like we have gumbo, yes, just like we have gumbo and jambalaya and stuff. The Cajuns and the white people learned that from us. So they took. So we're just a whole bunch of
Yep.
we just shared a whole bunch of cultures between each other, and that
So
created
All
one
right.
culture.
Again,
yeah,
I'm.
so Cajuns are white. I
Okay,
mean, by all definitions, because they were French settlers in Canada who came down
and what?
to South Louisiana, and they went to other places, but they're only called Cajun because once the once they were exiled in the 1700s, they went different places, but they're only called Cajuns once they came down to Louisiana because there was already French-speaking individuals and communities down here.
Uh,
So
okay. So
Cajun,
Cajun sailor. So with the Cajuns, was the Cajuns enslaved?
were they enslaved? No.
Mm-hmm. No. So how they was I'm asking for education. So how
Uh,
did the Cajuns get from Canada to Louisiana?
They
they were
migrated.
forcibly exiled. That doesn't mean they were enslaved.
I asked you a question.
And yeah,
See how
and I
y'all
just
twist the
answered it.
words? You see
No
how you
one's
twist the
twisting
words?
anything.
I never
You
once
asked
said
earlier, were the
enslaved.
Cajuns enslaved?
I
And I answered
never
no.
once okay. I like I said, I asked you a question and then you say, but they never was enslaved. I never say they was. I asked you a
But you
question.
insinuated. You
I
have an
never insinuate.
insinuation of
No,
why would
I
you
did
ask the
not.
question?
I don't have to insinuate nothing. I'm a straight shooter. I asked you a question.
Mm.
I don't
But
insinuate. I don't speculate. I don't assume. I asked a straight question, and you
Can I ask a
assume.
question?
so what
Damn!
was the reason of asking the question, were the Cajuns enslaved?
I just asked you a question.
Well,
Be
what
for
was the
real.
reasoning?
Go ahead. Who else want to ask me a
I
question?
want to ask a question
That
because
this gonna be a good video. Go ahead.
okay, so I get confused because it sounds like your group or tribe has the same kind of tribal names as the Native Americans. So when it comes to fighting for issues like ICWA and the missing indigenous women and things like that, do you guys combine in those issues, or do you have your own issues you fight for and leave them to fight for those issues?
So you're asking me why I don't advocate for a group who never advocated for me? That's what you
No, that's
asking?
not what I'm asking. What I'm saying is,
Well, I'm letting you know. That's why I don't advocate for them because
okay,
those same group of people that you asking me to advocate for did a lot of things to people who look like me in America,
okay.
especially to my ancestors, and they kicked my ancestors out of the tribe, detribalized my ancestors for and called my great grandmother and grandfather colored, black, and Negro, had ties to the tribe, kicked them out. So you want me to go and do something for them, and they
No,
don't
no,
do
I'm
something
not.
for
I'm not.
me?
I'm just asking a question. I don't want you to do anything. It's just I
Well,
know
I'm
that
letting
you
you
guys
know.
you
I'm
guys
letting you
carry
know.
their names though. You'll say I'm Choctaw. You'll say I'm Cherokee. So why carry the names of tribes if they did all
Do
this to
you
you?
even do you even know what's going on in those tribes? Do you even know what's going the tribes that you just named
Uh-huh.
is currently fighting to stay in the tribe. They have stripped them of their benefits and
Okay.
everything that is owed to them. So why would they fight for a group of people who never fought for them?
So are you going to change the are you guys going to like not have the names of the tribes too?
What are you saying? I just told you they
Mhm.
have that birthright
Okay.
to call themselves what they are. But
Okay.
when you get on this app talk about, oh, why y'all not fighting for them? I just told you why I'm not in there. That's not my fight.
Okay.
That's not my fight. That don't have nothing to do that don't have nothing to do with me.
Okay. All right. Well,
My
thank
fight
you.
is different. My fight is
All right.
different. That's not my fight.
All right,
Okay.
hold on. Let's just take a brief interlude.
This
What's
is
going
crazy.
on?
They always trying
Historic
to enter.
Foundation. Hey, hold on. Hold on now. What's going on? Historic Foundation. How you doing today?
Man, I'm good, bro. Good. Enjoying the build, man.
All right, I just want to get a little break. Not sure what's going on, but just want to see how everything is going and give Cobra time. I know you've been here for a little bit. Do you have any inputs or anything after that?
I've been around this block a million times.
What block you
This
going?
is not this is not nothing new to me. To be the only one on the panel who have a difference of opinion, this is not new to me. I go into spaces like this all hours of the day. This is not new.
All right, wait a
Rob,
minute. Question. Hey, question. Did something just happen? Like somebody said something?
no, I was trying to tell you something, but I thought you were about to say something. I'm sorry.
Oh no, no. I was asking Beforeall because she came in with that that she's not something new. So I thought, did you something say somebody say something? Huh?
Oh, but the only thing I wanted to say was I remember when you said you from Baton Rouge, right?
Right. My family
And,
is, yeah.
and- and you said they very African over there, right?
Yeah, we know our history, yes.
Yeah, for sure. So, but you know, in Lafayette is Acadian country, and you know that they got indigenous people in Lafayette, right? You could tell by the way people look at Lafayette that they from there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You
What part of
understand
the
that,
state you
right?
from, Stacey?
I'm
What
from,
that
I'm from
mean?
all the
What that
same
mean,
places where
Stacey?
she
From
from.
Houma? Nice.
Stacey,
Yeah,
what that mean? What that mean?
I'm
Hold
from
up, for
home.
real. Hold
Real
up,
quick, let
Stacey.
me answer Cajun. Let me answer Cajun. I'm from Houma. I grew up on the east
Hmm.
side of Houma, born and raised at Chabert Medical Hospital. My family lived
I
in.
was born at Charity. Well, now it's
Oh,
University.
oh, really? That's what's
Hmm.
up. So yeah, I was born in Houma, but my family lived in Thibodeau, and I got a lot of family on Highway 1 too in that area on my mom and my dad's side.
Yeah. My family's
So,
down from Grand Isle and my
Chagby,
grandma's. Say again?
ain't that
No,
close to
no,
Grand Isle?
no. Grand Isle's at the tip. Grand
It's
Isle's
the
the end.
opposite direction. You going towards
Yeah,
Houma.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Grand Isle's
Okay.
if you all the way at the end of Highway 1.
Oh, okay. So you off Highway 1 too? Yeah. Like
All the way.
me and her literally have like very similar like history. Like her people off of Highway 1, my people from Labadyville off of Highway 1.
Hmm.
Like yeah, we really in Louisiana. So
And
we
then my
really all.
grandma family and all they from Plaquemines Parish, all the way at the end.
Mm, okay. I forgot which way that is. I gotta look at the map. I
That's
live in New
that's
York now, so
that's
it's
like
been.
going towards like if you're on the West Bank, you just stay
Mm,
on Belle Chase Highway and just drive all the way till you hit the water.
mm. So yeah, like yeah, even though he's white, we literally share the same culture, you guys. Like growing up, going to school, when we did the African dances and learned French and shit in school, the white girls did the African dances and shit with us too. We
Yeah.
literally share everything. So don't get misconstrued like Cajuns ain't one of us. Cajuns is very much one of us, very much.
But back on the subject, yeah, Cajuns are white, like I said, right from Nova Scotia. When they came down, they found community in South Louisiana because there was already French speaking, the French colonists, um, Europeans, the Haitians, stuff like that. There was already a French speaking, but not all Acadians who were exiled were Cajun or are called Cajun, I should say, because Cajun is a Cajun. It's almost like a slang term for Acadians because that's where they came from, right? Acadia. So since when they came down to Louisiana, they were called Cajuns or a Cajun. So it became Cajun. But like I said, the Cajun culture wouldn't be anything without Creole culture, right? And I was stated earlier that there was a big push to kind of separate that Creole and Cajun culture, and it was mainly by white supremacists to label everything in that area Cajun to try to disassociate with the African American community. Um,
Wow,
and
I didn't even
but
know
like I
that.
said, yeah, but like I
So
said, there
so
was no
Casey, say this.
gumbo in Canada. Hold on one second. There was no gumbo in Canada. There was no jambalaya in Canada. There was no etouffee is a French dish, so there probably was etouffee. But a lot of the dishes that we eat or known for came from the African American and indigenous community. that are now labeled as Cajun dishes because of one, it's from the area, right? Two, there was a push, and three, people really don't understand there's not that much difference between Cajun and Creole as far as the culture goes. Yeah, as far as the people goes, maybe, but I would argue that also. But as far as the cultures are intertwined that you cannot
You can't. It's the
unmix them.
same
You can't.
thing. It's the same
Okay.
shit.
I'm
Okay.
not
It's the
So.
changing.
same shit.
I'm not changing the
Okay. So
subject.
listen.
I just never
Okay.
was able to finish.
Okay. So Cajun. So, who did
Mhm.
y'all hide? Okay. So when the French asked style y'all from France, I mean from
From Nova,
Canada.
from Canada.
Yeah. Okay. Listen. So who did the Cajuns depend on? Who did the Cajuns learn all of this cooking skills and culture from? Because when you leave in one land and come into the next land, who did y'all settle among? What did y'all do?
Already answered that.
I'm
Like I just
asking
said
you
it.
these questions. Okay, I'm asking you these questions for a reason. Don't think it's for nothing. When y'all were exiled from Canada, what group of people did you guys hang to? Who did y'all settle next to?
The
Who did
indigenous
y'all?
and African American communities. I literally just said that.
Okay. What year did y'all get exiled from Canada?
1764, 1765, something like that.
Okay.
Were you expecting
Um,
a different answer?
No, no, I mean, that answer was wrong, but
No.
okay.
What's the right answer?
1690.
1690. I could check, but I know in 1605 they started a colony from France. But the grand displacement was, let's see.
We also got black people from France that came to Louisiana that we related to too, right? You too, be for real.
Right. That's why I know for a fact that like not all of us are descendants of African slaves because I do have ancestors. My grandma who is currently living, who's 80 right now, she is a descendant of who people will call a black French woman, but her ancestors came directly from France into Louisiana.
They
Yeah,
not
so
indigenous to France though. They not indigenous to France. You know that, right?
yeah, 1690 is wrong. It's not
okay, hold on.
1690. It
I
was
got a question.
17.
Hold on. So, be for all. So, how long has your family been in Louisiana?
Their entire life. No,
Their entire life.
my family never lived anywhere else but uh,
So,
Louisiana and Mississippi. The only
so
states my family has ever lived.
your
Okay,
family never
so
lived in Haiti?
oh wait a minute. So
Man, you
those two pla- those two
stop it.
places, and you did say if it's only those two places, and I was about to get to that, Cajun. You did say you were descended from people from Haiti, though, right?
Yeah, I do have ancestors who also mix with the Haitians as well.
But they never
Yeah,
left Louisiana or Mississippi.
y'all misconstruing my words. If my family in Mississippi and in Louisiana and the Haitians come to Louisiana, I mean, like I said, they came to Louisiana. That's I don't know why y'all misconstruing what I'm saying.
I didn't
This
misconstrue
is
anything.
crazy. This
I
is
was just
crazy.
asking you what you said. And
Okay.
I mean, if it's not misconstruing, you did say they came from Haiti, but then they've always lived in Louisiana and Mississippi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Correct.
well, all right, we'll go with it. But anyway, did they work on any plantations?
Yeah, of course. Especially
Oh,
my
they did.
grandma Rebecca. Yeah, yeah. My grandma Rebecca, who was born in the year 1916, she did work on the plantation. But that's the only person
What
I ever seen. And her job on that plantation was a cook. But she was born in 1916. So yeah.
what about later than that, like 1800s? Like,
I've never. That's the only person. Rebecca Thomas is the only person I ever seen in my entire family who worked on a plantation through all my records. Everybody else were farmers in my family.
Farmers on what? On the
Hmm.
plantation?
No, on the land that they owned or the land that they was renting.
So sharecroppers.
That's sharecropping.
Right, but again, on their own land and also on other people's land. Hmm.
Oh, on other people's land. Okay. But what
But
about
the
in
natives and
And
the
1850? What were you
Africans did
doing?
that
and on
together.
their own. You see how you're skipping that part? And on their own land. Hmm.
Right. In 1850, that's what I'm talking about. In 1850, did they have their own land?
Yes, my grandfather, his name was Joseph Jones. He had his own land in 1850. Sure did. Owned it.
Your grandfather in the 1850s? Your
In
My
grandfather.
gr-
Louisiana?
my grandfather Joseph Jones owned his own land in the year 1850. I have the land patent as
How old
well.
your grandpa is? Yeah, grandpa can't be that old. Your grandpa got to be born in like the 1920s.
My grandpa is not
No,
living. I'm not
no,
talking.
no,
He
no,
not
no.
living.
Wait. No, that's cool.
When was
That
your
that means
grandpa
like no.
born
Hold on,
though?
Stacy. Stacy, hold on. What I'm saying, because even though that could be your like three times or four times grandparent, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, so
My fifth times grandpa. Hmm.
okay, so he was melanated, correct?
Very.
In 1850, owned his land in
Yeah.
Louisiana.
Yeah.
So in the height of slavery, he owned his
Oh,
land.
there they go with
There we
that.
go. What? I'm just asking a question.
I think
so
he
so
was
this is
copper colored
impossible, right? This is
person.
impossible because one time y'all you free people of color, but now
Well,
all of
yeah,
a
they were.
sudden. But now all of a sudden, because it's the year 1850, now oh they not free no more. Massa exists. You just acknowledged that there were free people of color. You just
Well, there
said that every
was.
black person. Hold up. You what? You said what? What? You
There
said
was free
what?
people of color.
Okay.
I never said
You
there
did.
wasn't free people of color.
Okay, okay. So why is there a shocking that my grandfather owned land in the 1850s if you acknowledge that there were free people of color? Why is that a shock?
Because when I asked you earlier about free people of color, what did you say?
It wasn't on his paperwork. It did not say free people. It didn't say people of color on the paperwork. It never said that. That's why I say it didn't. It just said colored. It never say free people of color on the paperwork.
Right, but you said you got the land patent though, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so
Anything else?
you must have looked into the history of your grandparent, right?
Yes.
And you would know. So normally during that search, you would know if they were free or if they were slave. There was only two options you had.
What?
If you
You
were
just said
black,
what?
if you were black at the time of slavery, you were either a free person of color or a slave, like the
Okay,
ones that
well he
with the
wasn't a
land and
slave.
stuff.
Well he wasn't a slave. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He owned his own land, and on his census records it also that said that he owned his own home and his own land. He was not a slave. That's why he had his own
And
land. He wasn't controlled by anyone. He was his own boss, his own he owned his own stuff. Is that a shock to you? Do you want everybody to be broke and a slave? I mean, is that what you assume?
well, you're saying it in Louisiana where there was a whole bunch of plantations and stuff. So I'm kind of curious about it. That's it.
Okay, well, if you know anything about Louisiana, you will know we have the highest rate of black slave owners. If you know anything about the history, we
So
have
he
the
was a black slave owner.
He's a
no, he
slave
will.
owner.
I never said that. Y'all see how y'all putting
Well,
words
then
in my
why'd you
mouth?
bring it up?
Oh, we got
Because
to see evidence of this.
okay, good. That's plenty of. So
Being from
that's what I'm saying.
Thibodeau,
That's plenty of evidence
My
out there.
grandpappy was a slave
being from
master.
There's
Thibodeau,
plenty
you
of
know there was
evidence out there.
Africans.
Wait, wait,
You know there was Africans in
wait. Hold
This
on,
is
hold
Mississippi.
on.
funny. This is
I know
funny.
it's crazy funny. I got you. But what
It's
I'm saying is,
crazy.
hell yeah, it's
Funny. You the
crazy.
one
But
that
no, what
brought
I'm
up the
saying.
large number of slave owners.
Yeah, that was we had the most
Not
slave
her
owners.
grandpappy was a slave master.
No,
So he was a
no, he
slave master.
wasn't. No, he was not.
No. Then why'd you bring
No,
that up?
because it was a shock to you that somebody that was so called black that own people. I mean, that
Hold on, say that
own
again
people
for me.
or that work, huh?
Say that again for me. I like how you said that.
What? I said what?
When you said black, say it again like that.
Thank you so much for the comment. You see what they do. I never said that my grandpa was a slave owner. I said he owned land. That's what I said.
But
But
why'd you bring up?
twisting
Why'd you bring up they had the
y'all
most
twisting
slave
it
owners? You had to
around.
have a point, right?
Yeah, I was saying that we had the most black slave owners in anywhere. I was just saying that free people exist who was black. That's what I was making a point to.
But
Everybody in
where's the
America that
connection?
Girl, I
everybody. Oh my God, man! This
I
is
don't
this
know
is.
what the connection was, but it was very cringe for me.
Oh girl, y'all just so sensitive on this app. You can't even
you
talk
said
straight.
that colored people with slave owners in Thibodaux, Louisiana. Is you really saying this right now?
No, first of all, I didn't say that. I say in
So
Louisiana,
where?
period. Everywhere. Just because y'all don't know about the history, that don't mean it didn't exist. Go look it up. I'm not gonna do the
No,
work
hold
for
on, no,
you.
no, no, no.
But
We're
if
not
you
gonna
want
do
me
the
to
go
do
look it
if
up
you want me
thing.
to go do a video for you, I could do it. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
do
make a
that one for
video
me.
about it. I'm gonna make a video about it on my page. That's what
But
I'm gonna
what
do.
point though? But what point are we talking about? You kind of, I'm lost.
Oh Lord. Ooh, ooh, Lord. Y'all, ooh,
You all
this is
right?
wild. This is wild.
Who's wild?
This situation is wild. It's you guys are shocked that my grandfather owned land in the 1850s
I'm
and
not.
he
I
had
was.
his own property.
No,
Why is y'all
I can
shocked?
believe that. No, I could believe that, but you have to elaborate the history more because this is not the majority of Louisiana history that you're talking about.
Okay, well, I'm okay.
You
Well,
know what I'm
Stacy,
saying?
Be for real,
Stacy, I guess you.
you were talking to a native young lady,
Oh,
and
here we
you told,
go. Here we
well, I'm just
go.
asking a question.
Here we
I tend
go.
to trigger you, I see.
Who's?
Um,
I don't even know who's talking.
well, it's Duchess. So you were talking to a young Native American lady, and you stated that you found that your grandmother was part of her tribe. You said,
Mm-hmm.
my
I got the.
grandmother is one of your tribe members.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you say your grandmother was one of her tribe members and not in reverse, that that's your tribe? And
Okay, girl, you nitpicking the smallest thing. Let me go ahead and play the video. Let me go ahead and get the video together because that interaction you're talking about, it was
mhm.
recorded.
Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
know. I saw the recording. That's why
Oh,
I asked.
did you? Did you?
Absolutely.
And what did she say on the recording, sweetie?
I'm asking you the question. Can you answer it for me?
Oh, she don't want to say it on. She don't want to say it on here.
No, I just
Understood.
want to know why you said it in that way.
Because I mean, we were just conversing. We was having a conversation. I don't know why I said it that way. I was just saying. I didn't know that on the app that we got to be so particular about what we're saying. She know what I meant. She know the history behind the tribe, so she know what I said.
I don't know.
But I
Sometimes
can play the video.
when people get comfortable in talking, then the
Oh,
truth
there
kind
we
of comes
go.
out in their comfortability.
Oh, is
That's
that
all I'm
right?
saying. I mean,
Oh, is
yeah. I
that
mean,
right?
I use it in my practice
Oh,
all the time.
oh, is that right?
I just want to circle
Man,
back that the
all right. Look,
expulsion was not 1690. It was 1764, like I said earlier. Well,
Okay,
it was like 10 years,
okay,
55 to 64.
okay. Do you want to see my video, or am I wasting my time when she tell you about the history of the Chittamachas, because that's what you're referring to? I could go ahead and play it if that's what you want me to do, because she's also enrolled into the tribe, and I can go and get enrolled right now if need be. It's nothing.
but you're
So
not going to, right?
Wait, you're not enrolled in
yeah,
it?
I probably will. I probably will, but not right now. Like I'm kind of waiting on all the court stuff to be settled right now. So can I please play my video?
The
I got the
Chitimacha is
audio.
federally recognized. I would imagine with your grandma being Chitimacha, it'd be pretty easy to claim your, you know, to enroll.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. But right now, a lot of court stuff is going on, so I just ain't got to that right now. Can I
Gotcha.
please play my video?
All right, hold on. Let's see this real quick. Hold on. Let me do that.
Let me go and play it for the audience.
Oh, so I'm gonna have to drop someone so I can go ahead and
You
switch this to panel so we can actually see it.
you could
Hey,
drop me
Cobra.
because I gotta finish up in the kitchen and then I'm gonna head to bed soon. But
Okay.
glad to see you live finally, able to go live,
Thanks for
and
coming by.
yeah,
Let's
man,
go
take it
ahead and
easy.
play the video. I'm so excited because she brought up the tribe and the girl. So let's show
Okay,
what the
hold
girl
on, hold
said.
on, hold on, hold on. Hold up, hold up, hold up.
Hold up, baby, hold
I
up.
like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I like that. I like that. All right, go ahead.
All righty, let's go ahead.
Hey. Hold on, it's still trying to come in. Okay. You could turn it off. Well, I just wanted to say that, like, earlier I was in the other live with Top Chickens and you above me. The Chittimacha tribe actually does have DNA that goes way back for, Black people. So it's a known fact that it's mixed in with our genes. We're Hispanic, African, and Native. Chittimacha Native.
Okay, let's be clear. Because if you say you consider monsters, that's not right. Okay, now let's be real. The ones that look like me was kicked out, correct?
There's a lot still fighting back for now.
Okay, just so we on the same page.
No, it's true.
Hold up, let me speak. The people that look like me, we were already there, and then y'all came. The people that look like me was already there. We didn't have them from Africa. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. Watch this. The people that look like me was already there. We did not come from Africa.
Correct.
Okay, I'm glad you know that because I have to. It's all. Keep in mind, we fighting in court right now. So we fighting in court right now. So let's go and finish the video. My grandmother Fanny Thomas was kicked out of the tribe, and I got the court papers. I'm gonna be fighting. We're gonna be fighting each other in a little bit.
Yeah,
because I got the documents.
The new generation, we're all about welcoming our past ancestors.
Okay.
The generation now, we have a lot of corrupt people on council, but it starts with the people here on the red. Because, a lot of people look at me and they don't. A lot of people.
See? So that's when they started reporting her, and she had to drop down. She had to drop down because they started reporting her, and I could also finish up the video. But like I was saying, me and her family are currently going through a court situation. So that's what's going on because they reclassified us and said that we came from this place and that place. People was also from Guatemala that was welcome into the tribe, who was identified as Afro Indigenous. People came from Mexico, who was classified in the paperwork as Afro Indigenous. A lot of people in that tribe. It was a huge mixture of people in the tribe. We
But
didn't
she
come
did
from
also
Africa. We was already there. We was already there,
she
sweetie.
also did say there was African within the tribe though too.
Yeah, she did in the
Yes,
beginning.
yes. It also was. It was too. But it was people from Guatemala, Mexico, Africa, and people that the black people. indigenous people who was already there too. That's why I made her clarify. I said,
Yes.
so we didn't come from Africa or we was already there. She said, correct. Y'all was already here already.
So now,
That's what she said.
So now, when you become part of that tribe, will you fight for indigenous matters with her?
Let me put my camera on. Because when it comes to this subject, I think it get choppy because my grandma was kicked out of the tribe due to being reclassified.
Yeah.
It really hurt me to see what happened in the court document. So I've been on the fence about what I want to do and what I should do, just to reconnect. But me and her have a good. We talk on the phone all the time, and so just to reconnect and really have that conversation to talk about what really happened. That a lot of stuff that I do know is because I read up on it, and it's really difficult because when it comes to the into culture because they have such a big mix. Hold up.
Okay. Yeah, it's glitching. Did anybody said it? Can anybody hear me?
I hear
Yeah, I
you
can
fine.
hear you.
Good.
But I
She
did
just
hear a little
Okay.
of what she said, and she said that it's a little hard for her because of what they have been through in her reconnecting. That she finds it kind of difficult to kind of fight for those issues, I guess, right now. But I do appreciate her answering my questions respectfully. I really do appreciate that.
All right.
I'm just going to
Here,
jump.
let's
You
go
might
ahead and
jump in real quick.
yeah, I
So
was about to say let me go ahead and hear from some other people real quick.
yeah.
What's going on?
So yeah. So she actually said something true. So like Louisiana history, there was actually the highest proportion of, they call it free color slave owners. So that's actually a fact. But mentioning slavery, I know that you admire somebody named Chief Warhorse, and this is pretty common knowledge about a lot of these tribes.
Please do
Um,
not speak about my ancestor.
Well,
Do
no,
not.
no, no.
no,
Let him
no,
go ahead
no,
and
no.
speak.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
We'll speak. So here's the thing that she mentioned, and a lot of other people are mentioning. She's mentioning her tribe was treated differently because they accepted slaves, African slaves. They absorbed them into the group. And this is the history of that region of the planet, the southeast. A lot of these tribes absorbed African slaves. How are you? My question is, based on all your research,
Mhm.
based on all that you have learned, how
Mhm.
are you how are you guys distinguishing the Afro descendant people, right, from what you would call these full-blooded Aboriginal people? Because it sounds to me like whatever you say you're experiencing is based on African blood. That's what it sounds like, and that's very much the testimony of a lot of these people. So, what are your thoughts on that, and how are you distinguishing you not having African blood based on your research?
What?
So you're basically asking me like, how can I tell between an Aboriginal or like a African, because that's what we was classified as in the paperwork as Aboriginal on the court documents. So
Hold on, let me answer that. Let me maybe ask the question a little bit off. I'm asking this one more time for clarity. Based on your experience and based on the fact that in this region we have a lot of people who absorbed African slaves, runaway slaves, which fundamentally, according to a lot of these people and the person that I mentioned, it reshaped the way these tribes are treated in terms of federal recognition and other things. That's their words. How are you making this distinction that you do not have African blood based on your genealogical paperwork, based on your research? And I want you to kind of walk me through that. How are you distinguishing that you do not have African blood and that these tribes do not have significant African blood?
But the thing about it is, um, 05, um, I go based off of my court documentation, and ain't none of my ancestors have African on their paperwork. So the thing is, I don't oppose to having so-called African DNA. Or it's not like, and that's the thing. I think that you think for some reason that I'm trying to detach myself from Africans. I never want to say that because I don't think like that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that there is no way to really tell the difference because we are really, in my mind, the same people. We just travel the entire globe as one. We just because if we go based off that, I mean, we were the first people to ever exist on the planet.
Okay,
The
I'm
the,
going to interject.
the black people.
I'm going to interject real quick. Your story is not common, right? You have a unique story. It's not common amongst most black folk, right?
Okay,
But
hold up,
hold on.
oh five.
Hold
Oh
on. Hear me
five,
out. Hear
oh
me out.
oh 05, oh 05.
But
I'm going to allow you to answer the question, but here's the
I,
thing. Oh 05, why you trying to put words in my mouth before you go too
I'm
far?
not trying to put no
Before
words
you
in your
trying to put
mouth.
words in my
I'm
mouth.
asking a
Listen,
question,
are
and you
you
can
saying,
reply whatever way you want.
I'm trying to ask you a
Ask me the
question.
question.
Are you saying that Chief Warhol said that she is an African? Is that what you're saying? Because
No,
I can
I'm asking you a question. We moved past it. I stated that
no,
for some
you
context.
might have moved past it, but
So
not
listen.
me.
Well, listen. She said it. She said it. And here's the thing about it. The question was based on your research. I'm going to repeat it again. Based on your research, African is not listed as a category on any census documents. It's not a category in 1850, 1820. Those are not categories. So Afro-descendant people are categorized differently. So what
Okay.
my thing is, how are you guys making this distinction based on genealogical records? What genealogical distinctions could we look at to be able to make these distinctions?
Like I said, but when you see the places where they came from is there. So if it
What's your
say
system?
that your ancestors came from Africa, it's going to say it. It's going to say it. I have saw some of my people that I helped with their genealogy. I have saw records where their ancestors did come from Africa. I have saw that, but not through my records. So yeah.
Just real quick fact, real quick fact. Only
Hmm.
year that you're going to see that is 1880, where it lists birthplace. So in 1880,
Yeah,
you will see.
yeah, I noticed.
Hold on.
I
So
noticed.
that's only going to be applicable to 1880. The rest of the census, you're not going to see birthplace, so that's not going to be a distinguishing mark. So
Okay, so
listen. If you can't explain it, it's fine. I was hoping that you could give me
it's
some.
not that I can't explain it. It's not that I can't explain it. It's the fact that like I don't have nothing to do with that. Like I say, if it's not on my records, I was never told I was an African in my entire life. My family never ever said I was an African, not one time. And what better way than to know yourself than the people that have lived before you? So I don't have any Africans in my family on documentation. That's what I'm going by because I haven't seen anything. I know from the eye, you may say, "Oh, she's a descendant of an African slave," but I go against the information because I have ancestors who came from France who were also classified as mulatto, colored, black, or whatever you want to say.
All right,
Who
this will be my last
I'm just
statement.
letting you know.
So
I'm letting you
this is my
know.
last. This will be my last statement on this.
I'm letting you
Um,
know.
so just for context, if you look at the 1860 census instructions, for instance, what you'll see is mulatto. They're going to explain what mulatto means. That's any person with any perceptible trace of African blood. It's a whole bunch of court
No,
cases in Louisiana
That's a
too
lie.
that
that's
explain.
a lie.
So once again, hold on. Here's what I can do. I'm not if something's wrong, I'm
Upside
quick to
down
say
now.
it's wrong. If something's right, I'm quick to say it's right. So what I can do right now, if the host is willing, I can just simply show everybody that 18 documents, and where it clearly explains what mulatto means,
Okay.
for the census enumerated.
Can I play this one video
I don't want
before
to get
we
lost
go?
on that. Hold on. I don't want to get lost on that. The whole reason for the questioning
Oh,
is
he
the
know
whole
his
Nah,
video.
so hold on,
He
stop,
know
because it's
the
starting to turn
video.
into like, hold on,
A debate.
hold
That's
up,
what it's
hold
trying to
up.
turn into. Can I play this
Yeah.
one
So
video for a second? It's only like a minute and 5 seconds, and I'm gonna be done.
what is what is the video?
Um, he spoke on one of my ancestors, and he always bring it up every time I go somewhere, and I'm tired of him bringing it up. I just want to play the video right quick, just right quick,
I
1 minute.
look before we do that, let's go ahead and let's take a brief interlude because we got some other people in here, and y'all
Yes,
been going. We've been going
yes,
around for a little bit, so let me give them a chance to say something and give their inputs. Okay, is that cool?
cool with me, cool.
All right. What's going on, Aiden? Well, actually, before we do that, Cobra, I know you've been in here for a while, so I want to see if you had anything to say because we're going to start rotating some people out real quick. Okay.
So, is Haitians is African descendants? Just you
Huh?
know,
Huh?
you said that your people came from Haiti, right? Is Haitians Africans?
To be
Ah,
honest, not all of them, and why I say that is because during the Indian slave trade here in America, some of the Indians were also taken into Haiti as well, especially the group of people that I come from. The Chittamachas, they were also taken into Haiti. I mean, if y'all want me to, I really don't want to show my court documentation, but
man, you don't owe
it
them
is what it
nothing.
is.
Be for all, you don't owe them no explanation.
Okay.
Oh,
Y'all drilling her like she on trial or something. Check this out,
Now, who are
man.
you? Hold on.
Fi-
Hold on.
Rob Style.
Who
Find
are
your family,
you?
man. Find your family, and it's all.
Hey, hold on. Hold on
I'm
there,
just
partner.
asking a simple
Yeah,
question.
she said
No,
we
hold
can
on. Hold
ask
on.
her questions.
Wait. Hold on. Let me address this. I'm not sure what you think this is. You're just not gonna come in here in my life and then go all crazy. That's just not happening. So you can talk respectful and stay in here, or you can leave. It's just as simple as that. So you can try it again.
and and that's the thing. 60. I'm
Turn
like
me
the
back
reason,
on, weirdo.
but the
Weirdo.
reason why I came
Yeah,
up here is
weirdo.
because
Oh, hold on. Wait. Before, hold on. Go ahead. You got to say something.
Yeah, I got something to say. Y'all some weirdos.
Okay. Talk about it.
You know what I'm saying? And y'all don't have no respect for people. You know what I'm saying? You gonna focus
Woo.
on a
Talk to
female.
me.
Holler at a man. Holler at a real man instead of drilling her.
I'm talking to a man right now. Hold on.
All
Come
right,
on.
well, you talking
What you
to a
got?
man, and I'm a real Indian, and ain't don't nobody
Okay.
owe you no explanation on
Hey,
who they
hold on
are.
there, partner. Hold on.
I think we've had a respectful
Like,
exchange.
like I said before, tone your voice down. You in my life. You come with respect, or you bounce. You want to try it again? Go ahead and unmute yourself and talk to me. Come on. See if I can do it again. Go ahead and unmute yourself and talk to me. I guess not.
I don't. There's a couple of people that said that we've been condescending. I don't think we've been condescending. She gave us the open floor to ask questions. She answered our questions. I think that we had a respectful exchange. Yeah, I mean, emotions are going to come through when we're talking about culture and family, but I don't think that anyone has been nasty to anyone up here or degrading or condescending. And that's my opinion.
um do anybody got any more questions? Because like before certain group of people come up here, like if BGP is in your box, I don't have a problem with her. But when it comes to like screaming and hollering, I'm not trying to do that because even to even to have this conversation for me can get kind of rocky. So if she come up here with the screaming, I'm not for it because every time that I get a little bit of leverage or a little bit of ground, she comes to knock me down, and I won't allow it today. I'm not gonna allow it. So if she in the box, she welcome to come up, but I'm not gonna let her scream and holler at me today. I'm not for it. I'm not for
Well, here,
it.
let me ask you this. So this whole interaction, do you have any issues with anything that I've said or anybody in the panel currently have said?
No, to be honest, this is the most respect I have ever seen in a long time on a panel. I'm gonna be all the way 100. And me and Dutch have issues in the past. Me and Aiden, I think your name is Aiden Jones, have issues in the past. Everybody on the panel except this person I don't know. I think her name is Cobra. But and me and you, Rob, this is our first time having a conversation. This is the most respect I have ever received in a long time coming into a different space. I would say that.
Oh, oh man,
Your
y'all can hear
service
me?
good. Yeah, we can hear you.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah. You gotta
Hello?
like close your screen and open it back.
Okay.
Oh, there you go, there you go.
Yeah, I had to walk out. I tried to walk outside, but I guess my Wi-Fi said no.
Yeah. So and anymore, I just want to play this video, and if anybody want to ask me questions, I'm welcome to answer the questions. I don't mind. I like dialogue like this, where it ain't no hollering and ain't no screaming. We talking as melanated people. We talking.
All right, how long is the video?
A minute, 1 minute 5 seconds. He spoke on Chief
All right,
Warhorse,
and
and he spoke on Chief Warhorse, and I wanted just to clear her name right quick, right quick. Um, she from New Orleans as well, so let's run it.
All glory go to the Creator. It's an honor to be here today. But I love the theme, America. Well, first, let's think about something. Where did America come from? Have it always been America? Or was it just created to be America? Who are the real Americans? America keep changing and changing and changing. Let's go back in time when the American Indians looked like I look and roamed the southeast part of the United States freely. Love what the mayor said. You have to tell the truth. We cannot heal America till we fix the foundation. Can we start right there?
She do a lot of press conferences in New Orleans, and I just wanted to clear her name. She know who she is. That's why she's a chief of her nation. I don't really want to say the nation, but if you just do research, you'll be able to find her on every platform. Just wanted to clear her name. That's it. She ain't an African. She know where she from. She know everything about her nation. And the reason why she cannot get federally recognized is because she did help African slaves when they were in captured.
okay,
She did.
okay, cool. All right, so let me go ahead and start rotating. Colby, you mind if I go ahead and rotate you out?
Yeah.
I'm
Okay, but
jumping down.
hey,
Thank you for having me.
I
yeah,
can
hey,
pop
thanks
down
for
too,
coming
Rob.
up.
I've been up here for a long time.
Okay, hey, thank y'all for coming up and supporting. Love
Okay.
y'all. Hey, Aiden, man, what's going on, man? Sorry I didn't get to you a little bit.
No, that's all right. You know, they was in the thick of things. I just wanted to speak from a different angle, though. You know what I'm saying? Because saying to the sister, be for real, we never really had no issue. You guys had issue with me for being curious about this new discovery. You know what I'm saying? I ask you guys about the foundation of y'all being, and it really never rests well with me asking rigid questions, and you guys felt it wasn't cool for me to talk to BGP. I mean, and I told y'all guys I got 5 kids. You heard what I'm saying? And I'm a student of the Black Liberation mind. You feel what I'm saying? I see what my African peoples have been through, and it's funny. I want to ask Rob Styles, as a historian, have we ever had the luxury of separating ourselves throughout this last 100 years?
Um,
No,
that's what I'm.
no
Hold up, hold,
separation.
hold up, because I see where it's going, and that's not what I want to do. The thing about it is, I don't want it to make it seem like we are separating ourselves. That's why I say I like to dialogue with melanated people and be comfortable in that space. I don't have no issue with the black liberation. I'm all for it. I love that. But all I'm saying is that let's recognize that we were everywhere. History, it shows it. And that's all my content is dedicated to. We were not just in Africa. You could see us in Papua New Guinea. You could see us in Australia. You could see us on the murals in Europe. You could see us all over the planet. You could see us everywhere. And that's all I'm advocating for. That's it. So if Africa put on, I put on. What their success is my success. Papua New Guinea success is my success. Jamaica success is my success. Because I know people that look like me reside. It's not an issue with me. I preach this on my platform all the time. That's why I let you up. Because we were talking about Jamaica when I let you up. And another Jamaican brother came into the room and also told you the history.
His story.
Yeah, his story. Rather you agree with it or not, I'm just saying y'all was on the panel at the same time, and y'all both came from two different mindsets, but from the same place.
All
That's
right,
it.
speak. All right, so can I speak a little history?
Go ahead, do your thing, baby.
You know the significance of Jamaica as the largest speaking Caribbean English speaking Caribbean island.
I love it. Yes.
All right, and you know that we honestly have been the loudest voices in Black liberation, and not only, if you check the footprints of our liberators, or not only, what I really wanted to talk about is we can't speak unity if you're going to be having people disrespecting people like Marcus Garvey. You understand? Disrespecting people like Malcolm X. You
Oh,
understand?
I don't.
No, I'm
I
saying
don't know nothing about
that's
that.
what really made me speak. That's what really made me speak to you guys. Period on Marcus Garvey, because you got to know how significant he is to our struggle. Period. You
Okay.
understand what I'm saying? And
Okay.
this, you had a
I
dude
never said
opium.
nothing.
You had a dude opium that went out of his way to, after me talking to y'all on some simple shit, went to my page and, Marcus Garvey was with the Ku Klux Klan and all this shit. And I'm like, bro, you gonna really rip down the works of people who bled and fought for my people all across the diaspora and in Africa? The only black man who ever fought for every black person living on the planet when it was this.
But what does that have to do with me, though?
No, but I'm saying that was the whole thing. That's the whole thing. That's what people can't understand. Like,
Did that
it's
happen on
not
my
only
Did that happen on my platform, though?
absolutely. That's what I don't know this kid opium. The one talk I ever talked to you guys, this guy made his opportunity to come on my page and show a picture of my face. And I'm like, yo, if you guys really got a plight, why battle with people on TikTok? You know what I'm
No.
saying? And I don't want to be getting at
How is this
you.
turning? How is this turning into
It's not
this?
turning into. I'm just trying to tell you, disrespecting Marcus Garvey is really, really, really the tip of the iceberg, because, you know what I'm saying, historically, you know what I'm saying, he's who inspired all our liberators from the beginning of the century right up. You feel what I'm saying? And the people who really does the history and got kids to teach to push the fight on. You feel what I'm saying? For our ultimate liberation, it really rubs us wrong. You feel me?
Okay. I understand that. But like I said, I haven't did any videos on Marcus Garvey. I don't plan on doing it either. So I'm trying to see like how you spelling that. Opium not here, but I'm pretty sure you know that you can talk to Opium or if you choose to. But I ain't do it. So I'm trying to see why
No,
I'm
I'm
waiting
just
on you
showing
to.
you the fact. I mean, I meant I'm sorry to cut you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You good, but my only issue with you was after me and you had that long 2 hours. I let you sit on my platform for 2 hours.
I wasn't there for no 2 hours. I probably was
Okay,
there for an hour and change. There
some
was no
hour and
talking though. As soon as I
okay,
asked a
babe.
question,
Okay,
had people
okay,
biting at your feet. It wasn't even. I didn't even get across no understanding. You
okay.
understand?
Okay. That's your opinion. I'm not gonna go back on my word, but like I said, you was in the audience. I let you on my platform more than one time, and like I said, that's the past. Like my only issue with
No,
you
I
is,
think I only came
um,
there once. I probably, if I came there, probably was once or twice. After that,
okay, that
first of all, I'm gonna just say it like this. Still,
here we
at the
go.
end of the day, most of our liberators are absolutely African American, and I hear you guys make clear distinctions that, you know, you guys are not African, you're not black, don't call you black. It confused me. I'm saying, what is it? Melanated indigenous. Okay, so that means we are separate people. Are we a
Oh my
separate
God,
people?
that's not, and that's what I'm saying. That's how you taking it. But instead of you sitting down and ask why are people saying this, is because people have read black on my platform. I haven't showed the Black Laws Dictionary, but people have did it on my platform and have broke it down as why they don't want to associate with black because it means dead in law. So we just need to respect them for what they're saying. I mean, as again, we have seen people be reclassified as something and their life has changed. So that's all I'm saying. The black, that's why they don't want to be called black, because it means dead in the eyes of the law. That's it. Now all the rest of the stuff, I don't know. But again, I haven't did a video on it, but I guess I'm writing this stuff down as we going along on what needs to be talked about in our community. Notice I
So could
said
I just
our
ask one
community.
question? The
But
question I asked Rob Stiles. Historically, when did we have this luxury to be separating ourselves? People of this melanated color on this soil. This is a
well,
this is
well,
a
you know what,
21st
Aiden?
century thing.
You
Uh-huh.
know what, Aiden? My best, like to me, I do agree with the what I don't agree with the being black, called black thing because, like I say, it means you're dead in law. I just
Hmm.
think we all should classify as the original people to every landmass. That's what I want our classification to be: the original people, no matter where we at. That's what I want us to be. The first people to ever walk the planet. If I had to pick a status, we would be the original people. That's what
But
I would put
and
us under.
and I wish for us to be, the most liberated people. I mean, liberated people from the history that we have had. You feel what I'm saying? But my thing is, when they were lynching us, when there was people running from the south to the north, when there was disenfranchisement all across, did we have this luxury to be talking like this?
Yeah, and that's the thing. We have the luxury now. We have the ability to do what we want now. We have letting everybody else choose for us. Everybody else has taken control of the media and calling us what they want to call us. We've been called every name in the book. But now we have the ability to take it back. This is what I say I am. This is who I am. You do not control me. You do not control me. So we have the ability to change it. And that's all I'm trying to do. Because guess what? I got a son that's 2 years old. I have a daughter that's 6 years old. I have another daughter that's 4 years old. And I'm not letting nobody choose their life for them. I'm what they are. I'm going to raise them up as that. And that's how we going to rock. That's how we gonna rock. Because I know the change starts with me. Not with the government, not with everybody who's not me. Because I know one thing. When they see my face, if they not of my skin complexion, my hair texture, they don't understand us. Only we understand us. So why we giving them the power over us to classify us as what they feel like it? That's why I wish we could all come together and say we are the original people of every landmass. The original people, we are the first people to ever inhabit any landmass. That's what I want us to do as a group of people.
That's not going to happen.
Well, in your eyes,
Sorry.
dream,
Hey, I'd like to take a
dream,
turn.
baby, dream, baby, dream.
All right.
I'd
Because
like to
I
take the turn,
listen,
sir.
and this the thing. This the thing, though, Aiden Jones. This the thing.
Host.
Mhm.
Oh
This
wait, just give me
this is
one
why
second.
this is why they call me ethnocentric, because I have done my history. And no matter history, no matter where I have done history in, whether that's in Jamaica, whether that's in Papua New Guinea, Australia, Africa, whether that's in Mexico, I see my face. I see my nose. I see my hair texture on every single mound on every single mirror that I've ever seen. I have saw me because
Okay.
I am the original woman. I am the first woman. Y'all are the original man. So let's go as
Okay.
the original. Let's go
Okay.
as the
So,
original.
all right, gotcha. So let's go ahead and who was that wanted to go ahead and say something next?
That would be me.
Oh, how you doing,
Jag
Kat?
är faktiskt belagana bashichin. Shiche eya matishkis nito ashihe. Shimasana tatasanito nasha. Um, I have been through so many different lives here trying to learn and understand what is going on. We as a Native American indigenous people are distinctly unique to Turtle Island. Everybody else was brought here either just by visiting, brought here not by their choice. There's no changing that. Stop erasing us indigenous people. Embrace where you're from. You are
I'm from
definitely not from here. I'm tired of all of
Sweetie,
this nonsense. I'm
Hey,
Sweetie.
tired of
Before,
the
hold on,
lies.
hold on, Before. Just let
Man,
her
she
finish.
done told she can she
It's
done told
hurting
you.
our people.
Wait.
My people have bled and died when this land was stolen from us. My indigenous people throughout this nation have bled and died and lost this land because of colonizing people coming here and stole it from us. So when you guys say, oh, I had this land in 1800, well, that land was stolen. Not by you, hey, my Indian people. And those of you who are trying to tell me that I'm white, you have no idea. I may be half white, but I am Dene and Tewa. That is who my people are. And I definitely can prove that, and I have. And as a proud daughter of the late first 29 Navajo code talkers from World War II, it just irks me how you people like to spread ignorance and lies and anger. Enough. It's bad enough our Indian people had to give up what we had to give up, not by choice. And then to have you guys come along and try to do the same thing again to us, how do you think that makes us feel? We're stuck on reservations. Have you ever been to a reservation? I can guarantee you have hot water and you have electricity. Most of my people don't have electricity and running water. You want to know why?
I
Do you know why?
you since you got up here, you have been straight up attacking me, and you ain't
I'm
give
not
me a
just talking to
you
you.
haven't
I'm
given
talking about everybody else that are in the chat line and
oh
you guys spreading
do
all this
you
stuff on all of your lives.
you got
Enough is enough.
here's the thing though,
Just
Kat. You
stop.
keep
She's
saying
talking to
you
you
guys.
people.
Who are you
You
talking
people.
to?
She
There,
said
well,
you
you,
people.
just by what you are saying, you're spreading these lies and saying you're the first woman all over the world.
I
That is not
am.
true.
Yes I am.
That's not true.
Somebody please educate her on who's the
Excuse
first
me.
woman. who was the first woman on the planet.
You are not.
Please,
You are not the
they
first
don't
type of
like
Wait, hold
woman
on.
on this
Stop,
earth.
stop. Stop, stop. Wait. Hold on.
Plain and simple.
Okay, hold on, Kat. Look, I understand how you feel. All right, there's a lot of emotions going on everywhere. I
Right. And
understand
I'm
that.
not
Right.
usually this angry, but I'm
Well,
tired of it. I'm tired of people
okay,
trying to
hold on.
erase.
Wait for 1 second. Okay. What I'm saying is this. Well, right now, for my first day, I'm not trying to get into nothing super heavy. I understand emotions are all over the
Right.
place. Okay.
I understand that,
So,
and I do
so,
apologize.
so wait a minute. Wait. So what I want to do, like I said, for this my first day, because everybody knows I've been debunking my butt off. And, it goes to, it's just a whole bunch of this stuff. So for right now, if there's something that you want to talk about, okay, go ahead and talk about that. Talk about your culture, talk
Well,
about, this and that. But wait.
okay.
You can talk about it, but the anger is not going to do nothing but feed more anger. It's going to end up turning into just like all the other lives go.
I've tried that.
So,
I really have.
well,
I'm just tired. I'm tired of everybody trying to shut us down, trying to erase us, and I'm sick of it. I really am. And why can't people embrace who they are and where they came from and trying to take it from somebody else? It's so wrong. We all live on this earth. We've all traveled everywhere. I'm not going to
I,
go to Africa and say, this is my land. I was here first. You don't see us indigenous people doing that. Do
well,
you? Have you guys
no,
heard
but
that?
no, but see, here's the thing. So there's a information issue, and there's a lot of misinformation that goes out,
There is.
right? But the worst thing to do is to go in and just start going straight at someone. Right now, I brought Beef for All up here, so I can talk to her. It's my first time meeting her, so I can talk to her. Maybe somewhere down the line we'll probably get a little heated. I'm just throwing that out there, but not tonight.
Okay, well, again, I apologize. I don't normally like this. I've been in other Black people's lives, or I don't know how you guys want to be called, African American, whatever it is. And I'm not usually like that, but tonight it's just something about these vibes that I'm done. I'm trying to fight for my indigenous people, and I'm tired of us being erased. It's
Like I said,
enough.
I
That's
completely
all.
understand. So if there's something that you want to get out, saying
I
like
I did.
so,
Just stop the
okay,
erasure.
okay, I got you.
That's
All
all.
right. Well, I appreciate it,
Thank you.
and I appreciate your passion and how you feel. And like I said,
Well,
just tonight,
I'm mild compared to some people. Trust me.
I,
And
I
you guys
got you.
just
Like I
wait
said,
till you come across them.
okay, I got you. Like I said, just tonight, we're just
Okay.
having a
Oh,
conversation. We can get
okay,
into
so
all the other
Rob,
stuff later, but not tonight.
so
And
okay,
Lioness
so
King,
Rob,
you
so
better
Rob,
back off.
So Rob, the talk has been real, because she came up here saying a whole lot of stuff, and when she was out of control. And
Excuse me?
the first thing she did was come up here and attack me, and I have the right to defend myself because you just said, "Oh, you lucky you ain't running to such and such," as if they gonna do me something. So you need to pipe down a little bit because you trying to strike fear in me, and from what I
I'm not trying to
recall,
strike fear in anybody.
yeah, you is. I'm not
All
No,
scared,
right, hold
I'm
girl.
on,
not.
hold on,
I'm not
hold
scared.
on, hold on. Look, well, let's get away from that again. Let's not do that tonight, okay? It's been a pretty good, chill conversation. Be for real, you've been a be for all. You've been a great, sport and all this, answering the questions, how you feel, everything. Like I said, later we can get into how it is, but tonight we'll just have a conversation. Now I understand it's gotten heated between both of y'all. I know everybody can see that, but again, I'm only
Okay,
asking one
I'm
thing.
not sure who MF Royal Highness is threatening me,
What?
but that needs to stop.
What are you talking about?
So, Rob, I was checking out your profile and, you're trying to educate others. Um, I would wanted to try to educate some, but like I said, tonight is just, I probably just had too much of these lies going around, and I'll just let other indigenous people take care of it because they're more emotional than I am and more passionate than I am about this. I just know I'm from this land. I'm one of the original people of this land, and no one's going to take that away from my people. End of story.
Okay. And well, real quick,
Hey, good night, Rob.
uh,
Rob Style.
hey, hey, how you doing, Castro?
How you doing, brother? For
Doing
this
marvelous.
live. Uh, Thank you very much for hosting this live. I really appreciate it. So, uh, I'm an Afro Indigenous. I'm not from Africa. I have 400 years of history. My people came from West Africa around the 1500s. They got shipwrecked in St. Vincent, and the indigenous people of St. Vincent, the Kalinagos, rescued them from the ships, and they became one people. And out of that union came my tribe, which is the Garifuna, or the Black Caribs. And I think Ada knows about it because we are brothers. We consider the Jamaicans, the Cubans, in fact, all Afro people, African people, Afro indigenous people in the Caribbean as our brothers. We got exiled after many years of war to Belize, and we then migrate from Belize to the United States. We can be found in the East Coast, but mainly on the West Coast in LA. Um, we are one of the few people who still speak the language, who still have a retention of culture because our ancestors decided to fight. So that's just a history of myself. Now, when it comes to this indigenous erasure on TikTok, we are caught in the middle. We are caught in the middle of pro-black, and we are caught in the middle of the indigenous erasure thing because we consider ourselves Native American, but we also consider for ourselves as black, proud black people. We have traditions of our ancestors stating that we are from West Africa 400 years ago. And we are in confederate with the Mayans, the Jamaicans, the Afro-Mexicans, the Miskigos in Nicaragua, and the African Americans. We are all in one. We all consider ourselves one. So when this indigenous erasure, this back and forth between black people who claim to be original, and I'll never ever question someone's identity. If they want to consider themselves Native American, black Native American, I can't go against that because we were also doubted. But we had the language, we had the culture, the food, the genealogy. But what made us recognized as indigenous was the DNA, was genetics. When genetics became popular, we proved that we have ancestry between 10% to 50% Native American, depending on where we were located at. So when people come here and say, oh, DNA is the white man's science, yeah, I mean, okay, it's the white man's science, but it proved our identity. And that made us became recognized as Afro-Indigenous. We had rights because we went to the United Nations, to the International Court of Justice, and presented our facts that shows our food, our music, our everything, as well as our DNA as Native American. So, so this back and forth, we get caught in the middle. Not only am I called a coon and a sellout because I'm not into indigenous erasure, but even Native American people call me Wabo and disparaging names because I'm black, because I look different. I don't look like the phenotypical Native American. So this back and forth between the two groups is detrimental for our tribe, for our people. You know what I'm saying? We get erased on both sides.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt you. Anybody needs to ask me something before I drop down, or
Nah, you all good. Like I said, I appreciate you coming up,
Mm.
and then talking everything that you did. So I do appreciate you.
This and that's the thing. Let me say this. I don't commit indigenous erasure.
That's a
I
lie.
am.
That's a
I'm
lie.
just look.
That's a
See
lie,
this
hun.
one.
That's a
This
lie,
woman.
hun. That's a lie.
I,
Stop it. We all see the
Man,
videos.
every time this
yeah,
girl
I'm
see
sorry,
me,
sister,
Be
but
Rob,
for
the
real.
language,
Rob.
the post and the
Be for
language that
real.
you post up on
Oh
your
my!
page
Look,
do,
everybody
Be
just
for
do.
real. Don't let
you know what I
host
mean?
do
You do
not let
promote
this girl
indigenous
fool you.
erasure, and that should help. That
Host,
should
do not
hurts
let this
us.
girl fool you, please.
You know
She's
what I
been
mean?
Look,
fooling everyone.
I
look.
agree. I'm not here to argue with her, or I'm trying to deny what she is, but
Y'all, ain't y'all?
I'm
we
not
can
Not
tell the
one
arguing, but
post
person talk.
I'm
Hold
because
saying
on.
what she's
because a
Can
saying.
lot
one
of people
person
who
Hold
talk
on.
to
promote
me
Stop.
at a
indigenous
Stop.
time?
erasure
Everybody.
post
Hold
the
on. Hold
same
on.
thing.
Lulu,
Wait. Wait. Hold on. Hold on, everybody.
I came
Look.
here with, you know,
Man,
do Lulu. That's be for real. Let's be for real.
host. Can
Hope.
one
Yeah.
person talk to me at a time?
Yeah.
Every time I
Don't let
go
me
into a
talk because
space,
I'm so
you
sick
see
Hold
of
what
you
on.
I'm saying?
Wait.
talking.
Wait.
Everybody
Stop.
just
You're committing erasure. Let's be for real.
Stop. Stop. Okay. I only had one thing. Okay. I understand. Trust me. Nobody's fooling anything. Okay. All I'm saying is tonight, I just want to have a conversation. Whatever beef y'all have before, trust me, I'm not a fool by any means. Like I said, down the line, I'm pretty sure we're going to have some debates down the line. That's 100%. But tonight, I just want to have a conversation. Is that is that good to go?
Yeah, yeah, I understand, Rob. Let me finish up then. Let me wrap up.
Okay. So wait,
To
before you go, because I
brother
know
Aiden.
Beforeall was
no.
saying that.
I was saying that every time I jump up on the panel, it's a lot of vomit that come my way. And at the end of the day, if you want to have a conversation with me, talk to me. Don't yell and scream at me. Talk to me. And the woman around here with the roses, me and her never had a conversation, but every time she see me, I have let her on my panel before. Every time she see me, she just holler and scream. It's like when she
Because
see my
I
face,
know what you're
it's like when
about.
she hear
I
my
know what
voice.
you're about. And it's like you're spitting vomit. Like, come on.
Okay, I was talking, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Again,
Okay.
I'm I'm not
I
asking
would like
You're
to say
nobody
playing.
on.
something, maybe.
Okay. Like the host said, he doesn't want to hear it. Just respect the host. Let's
You
respect the host and drop it.
So not
Okay, well
tonight.
let me finish. Because I just got a couple more things. Let
Oh,
me finish.
okay.
Oh my
So
God.
brother Aiden Jones, I appreciate you for standing up for Marcus Garvey legacy, brother. The man tried. Uh, there's a lot of agents trying to, that did him in, but his heart was in the right place. I agree with Malcolm X. His heart was in the right place. So the disrespect on Garvey's name really pisses me off as well, because, like I said, and you know this, Brother Jones and Brother Style, we are proud Africans. I'm not from Africa, but my ancestry is African. I look African, so I won't. So I won't tolerate any disrespect on those brothers' name, because it's hard to lead a people that has been lost for 400 years, going to 500 years. That's not easy work. That's not easy work. So I really appreciate you standing up. Um, you know, uh, we are brothers, African Americans, Afro Indigenous people, Jamaicans, all of us with our melanated, beautiful skin and looks. We're not, we are proud of that. And so that's all I got to say. Have a good night. Bless up, and I'll just keep listening.
Well, good night, and thank you for coming up.
How to speak now.
Yeah, go ahead, Enoch.
Appreciate you. First,
I just wanted to say I appreciate you, host, because honestly, you've been holding it down. I really don't see too many lives where hosts really know how to control the people, so to speak, to allow the conversation to be correct. So I just want to say, my hat to you on that. Um, the thing that I really wanted to speak on is the fact that it's just been causing a lot of negativity with the conversation in itself. But I'm coming from a perspective of one, I'm a so-called African American, and um, I've been in the Hebrew culture for a long period of time, so I understand the mindset of someone just trying to find who they are. Not necessarily that they're trying to take away anyone, but being called, like, let's take for instance the brother who was a Jamaican. You know, Jamaicans have a very proud culture. You know what I mean? Jamaicans live within America and they still represent their culture. There's not too many people in America that I know of, even in the South, North, that I've been in, that really would wave around their flag on a regular basis. Like I see Jamaicans, they'll, wrap their hair in they flag. They'll wear it around their sleeve or they'll put it on their card. They proud to say I'm Jamaican. But being called black isn't necessarily something that was something that it's something that we accepted. It wasn't something that we originally were. Like when I look at my skin, I'm not black. Like there's all different types of hues of people that don't even look black, that if you talk to them and you associate yourself with them, then you know that they are black, not because they look black, but you'll start to see the culture and the faith and the features, so to speak. So I really don't understand why people feel so pressured about the fact that people who are just being called a color want to be able to find out who they are and where they're from, and then they're identifying with different places on the planet. Because at the same time, we are or were from all over the world. Like me being in the Hebrew culture, I've learned that there was Hebrews in Russia. So that's far off from me to be thinking that why would we be all the way up there? But there's archaeological evidence to show that. There's archaeological evidence to show that we were in America. And the history as far as the biblical faith is concerned, Ham and Shem were different. I mean, yes, they were brothers and we're all of the same human race, but it's okay to have dark skin and be from all over the world. Like, because of the fact that the Moors say that they're original Moors, does that mean that there's no lighter hue people, or are they trying to erase the European culture? Like, there's no lighter hue people that's running around worrying about the fact that they're being erased over the fact that Moors are saying that they're the ones that built the buildings over there. They will actually admit to that and say, yeah, that actually happened. So it's like it's not erasing, it's just teaching history that we all were inclusive. Like to me, we're trying to erase the Asian culture because nobody really knows how much the Asians contributed to America. We kind of just black that out and be like, it was only Africans and Americans and white folks, and like that doesn't make any sense. We were all here doing this at the same time, regardless of whether or not we like to believe it. These were cities in the same way that they are right now. If you go to New York, Chicago, LA, it's all the same thing. So, and the Wabo thing to me is a new form of racism. Like, how can you fight hatred with more hatred? Like, you create a word to characterize people that are trying to find themselves as, you know, something that's another racist term for darker hued people.
It's not a
So let
racist.
me.
It's not a
Okay, I
racist
hold
term.
on one second.
It's an
I'll give
adverb
you the
written
panel right
for
after I'm finished.
quantity.
Right after I'm finished, I'll let you go. So also there's another nation, I think it's the IUIC. I'm not a part of that group, but they're a
Oh,
Hebrew group, you know, and I respect those brothers for the work that they do. And the only thing that they were doing at an Easter egg hunt was passing out the word and basically telling people that they think that they're one of them, that they are family, and they just so happen to have weapons on them for protection, not because of the fact that they wanted to come on a reservation and try and do anything, any harm to anybody, strictly for protection. But it got, you know, misconstrued in the lives as being threatening. And if anybody comes around here again, you know, we're gonna do something to them. Like the lady in the live earlier, she said something along to the fact of almost like, you know, like somebody's gonna get you if you don't stop what you're doing. And it's like, these people are just talking. They're literally just talking, and talk makes you want to resort to violence when you're saying that you're living on reservations because of some other people. This is kind of like weird to me,
Because
but
of
I'm
some.
gonna drop with that.
oh my.
Okay, go ahead. Man, 100
Huh?
heart.
Do you mind if I bring up something I've been waiting for a while?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Perry.
go ahead.
Go.
Jag är då helt alltså är Ryan się na dansk na näst är taban slido totok уже bashchin kilchini da się do na dansk na näst är tachini da się. So akut I at the nestle. Just kind of introduce myself. I am Ryan. I'm from the Net tribe of the Southwest U.S. So like around Arizona, that Four Corners area. So one thing that I just want to bring on to here is the there is this whole point that we're bringing up about the whole erasure and then people talking about being Aboriginal, Indigenous, Native, whatever you want to call it. I'm basing mine off of my own history and what I have heard. As far as documents go, I think the oldest thing you will see is from the 1500s when the conquistadors came over. That is the only first mention of our tribes here in the Southwest. But for me, I think it's kind of disrespectful when you have people coming into these spaces and telling us that, you know, and you'll see it even in the comments, calling our people Siberian Huskies, like we are not human at all. So there's that point. And then we kind of, I'm going to say we know Be For Real. She's been on a lot of our platforms and she has shared a lot of her ideologies with us. There's some of them, yeah, I'm starting to learn because like in our side of the US, we don't see any people that are melanated, if you want to say. We hardly saw any like in our history. If anything, we were just as melanated as well. I mean, the only reason why we're lighter is because of interracial marriage and stuff like that. But myself, if I consider myself, I'm 100% Native American. Like, as far as I can go back in my genealogy, we've never mixed with any other, like European groups, Hispanic groups, or nothing like that. On my side, I know there are other families that have, but on mine, it's not the case. And even my clan, I don't think people understand that our clans also have history too. So they tell us of where we've come from. So when we call ourselves the Ne, we're not only calling ourselves the people, but it's just a mention of our beliefs and our culture and how we see ourselves in our society and our community. So, but then our clans are what tell us, like, where our people originated from. And a lot of it is basically around here, where you have like the people who are the Pueblos, the Anasazi, and then people of that nature. But it is a case that we're seeing a lot of misinformation, and I hate to continue to use Be For Real, but it's only because we do have the history with her. She has posted videos where she has ridiculed our history, especially the atrocities that have happened in our boarding schools. And there are people that have even used that information against us because of a video that she has posted. But that's the thing, is we continue to mention and we try to dispel this information that, there was a lot of atrocity that did happen in our the boarding schools. If anybody doesn't know what that is, basically when the U.S. government couldn't directly overpower us, they decided to take our children from us. So they put them into these schools where they basically beat the schmidt out of them to forget their roots. But the video that's shared by Be For Real basically says that we were taken there to be taught how to be natives. And that's the part that kind of bothers me. And I think it bothers a lot of people because it is spreading that misinformation that we didn't know how to farm. We didn't know, how to use the land. We've been here for ages. And I'm not saying that her people were not here as well. Like, we've all been here. We've even our planting is specific to the desert. So we have been here, and then it's just one of those things where we keep on getting told like we're not from here because of our phenotype as well. Like I said, I have never heard or seen of any melanated, like really melanated people from, Africa looking here on our side. And then the whole thing about, statues and stuff like that, efficacy on these lands, like you can even say those people look just like me. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where I want to say it's a lot of misinformation that's being spread, and I think people don't understand that, basically it is a rhetoric for, I'm going to call it black supremacy. That's what it is, because they're using the same tactics
Oh
that
my
the white
God.
supremacists were using.
Wow.
So,
So
Can I
I
speak?
just want, yes, Be
so
For Real,
I,
give me
that's
1 second. I
so
want
that's
to
the
let
thing.
the comments know something once he's done.
But that's the thing that I'm talking about, is there is this point where I keep on hearing, like, we need to understand that we shouldn't be fighting against each other, because in the end of the day, if you live in the United States, like, the U.S. government is the one that's controlling us. So I don't understand if white people are trying to attack each other. And in our communities, I know there's more than you would think. People are very welcoming to reconnecting natives. People are very open to seeing the younger generations who want to be included into our
Yeah, we
cultures. We're
represent
very
black
open to
people.
teaching, and we're very open
Yeah, we
to,
do.
helping people understand a little bit more about their past history. And, but the process to get recognized as a federal Native American is a long process, and it does take some time, but it's not impossible. But it doesn't help your story when you're trying to attack the very people that you're trying to reconnect with. We are very open to accepting
Can I?
people. We're very, very open to helping, and there's a lot of programs that can help people that are reconnecting, especially with the genealogy, DNA, and
No,
stuff like that.
stop it. Stop it. You're not gonna come on here and do that, bro. You're not.
No, no,
See,
no.
Hold
Can I
on,
first of
speak?
hold on,
all,
hold on,
nah,
hold
Can
on.
I
nah.
speak?
That's
Hold
what we're
Can I
not
can
doing.
I say
No, no, no,
something?
no.
Before, I just want to say something. I'm going to be quiet. If you are, everyone knows, if you consider yourself cultured and intelligent, you know that the Native Americans introduced themselves in their language with their tribe and their clan. We all know this. If you type Siberian in those comments, if you type Asian, Chinese, or anything in those comments, I got you. So don't do it. Be respectful, just like you want to
Um,
be respected. Thank you.
Okay. So this is the
hold up,
thing with
wait,
the
hold,
black.
hold
Hold
up,
one
hold up.
second, real quick,
Sorry,
sis,
can I
real quick.
continue?
So
Can I
the whole
continue,
no,
You've
or
you
been
can't
talking this
continue.
entire
So the whole
time.
black supremacy thing, the whole black supremacy thing. Listen, first of all, this is simple genetics. Recessive versus dominant. Which one is recessive and which one is dominant? The dominant always creates the recessive. Anything less than dominant is recessive. So at the end of the day, there is no black supremacy. It's just genetics.
what I'm mentioning is the spread of the ideology. Like I
Um,
said,
can I
it's
please
not.
speak? Hold up. You said a lot of stuff that I haven't got a chance to respond to. You brought up the residential schools. Y'all do that everywhere that I go. You
But you
brought up.
did. You did.
Oh
Come
my
on,
God! Can I
girl.
please
You did.
speak? Damn. You
Come
do
on.
that everywhere
Stop.
that I
So wait,
go.
she gets a chance
No.
to she gets a chance to like I said, I've seen that as well. So she doesn't get a chance to talk on her behalf. Uh,
No, because all this girl does is lie and lie and lie. And she's not going to tell you the truth because it doesn't fit her narrative.
He said he saw the video.
I
So
did
how
see the
can
video.
that's what I'm saying. He
But
say
still,
he's
you should never said that.
girl, you don't here's the thing. You don't
But
get to
you're
tell me you don't
Okay,
get she attacks me
no,
everywhere that
time
I
out.
go.
I understand. Look, I understand. I'm giving you a chance to go ahead and speak your piece. We're not doing the yelling like again. We're talking tonight. So, floor is on you.
When you speak about the Indian training schools, because that's where they were, that's it was signs and everything on the video. Um it was made to bring awareness to people who look like me that were also in the schools. Maybe it may have came off to y'all that I was laughing at that, but I wasn't laughing at the atrocities that happened to y'all people. I was speaking for my people that were covered up and also in those schools because nobody speaks about that. We were in those schools and we were also teaching at those schools, and I can show a video and photos as well of us sitting at the desk and everything else. And I get it, Rob. I'm tired of the conversation too. I'm tired of it too. But
Well,
everywhere I go, they bring it up, and they bring it up. They use that as a way to go against me every time, and I'm tired of it. And when they speak about black supremacy, there is no such thing. When I'm speaking, I'm just putting on for my people. It don't have nothing to do with y'all. Y'all drag yourself in it. And I said when I first made my first video, I'm not here for everybody. Everybody's not gonna like me, but I won't be stopped. Nobody. That's it.
But sister,
okay. So
but
I do
sister,
want to
you
say
can see
this.
why it's
Wait,
misinterpreted as
what, what,
disrespectful, though, right?
wait a minute, Mr. Castro.
When
Let me just say something real quick. So, be for all, I've seen the video. Now I can sympathize with Native Americans for that video because when I saw it, it did look like what you did. I mean, I'm just going to be real with you. So they do have a reason to be angry. I mean, if the shoe was on the other foot, we would be angry too if we were in that same position. If they did anything that in regards to anything in our history. So
Okay.
I definitely understand because, like I said, every live that I've seen, the same conversation comes up. It comes up about the schools. I can tell you personally, it was foul on my end, and that's just being real with you. But on the same token, you gotta at some point you just gotta just realize that it was wrong. I mean, I understand, or whatever point that you thought you were trying to make, it just didn't go over that well. Okay, and that's just being real with you.
Okay, and that's the thing. I'm okay with saying that. That say, okay, maybe I might have did it in the wrong way, or I might have did the video and it didn't look good. Okay, I'll take it. But what I won't do is apologize to a people who, ever since I got on this app, have attacked me for my very first video. Cause that video was so long into my TikTok, they was already attacking me before I even made that video. Way before that video even came. Let's be clear. Y'all didn't like me from the very beginning. I'm not going to apologize to people who have attacked me for no reason before I made that video.
Well,
And
I
I
don't know
feel
which
like
video you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about on that one. I know about the one that they're
with the
talking about. I've
residential,
seen
yeah,
that one.
yeah,
I've seen
yeah,
that
yeah,
one.
yeah. But
But the other
my very
videos,
first
I have
video,
no idea.
yeah, my very first video I ever came out with, it was attack, 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 from the very beginning.
What'd
Just
you do?
talking about a book. Just talking about a book. They were in my comments talking about a book that I told about. So they're not going to sit here and act like they haven't been attacking me before that video came out, because that's a lie.
Well, that you know what, that's fine. Like I said, I have no clue about that video. The only thing that I'm actually coming to, because I can't say that I didn't like you from that video, because I have no idea what the video is. I'm just telling you from this video about the Indian training schools, that was a little foul. Actually, that was way foul. Just to be honest
Okay.
with you.
Okay.
Hey, Rob, can you let up Brown Girl Pride, please?
Yeah. Oh
And
wait, before this
Yeah.
happens,
I'm not
please
going
no
for it.
arguments.
I'm not
None.
going for me. I'm not going
yeah,
for it. I'm not dealing with that.
and, and
Okay.
Rob, I agree with you. We as Black people can't allow our generational hurt be the cause of disrespect to another group. We can't
No,
disrespect
I
other
didn't.
people
No,
because we are
and that's
feeling
what y'all
a
keep on
certain way.
saying. Y'all
You know
keep
what I
on.
mean?
No, no, no. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean, because you coming off as if slavery did something to my brain. That's what you're trying to imply, that I'm suffering slavery systems, or whatever y'all like to say. I'm not dealing with that. So stop as a way to say that I'm dealing with such a. I am not dealing with no
Okay, sister,
slavery
I
or none of that.
understand.
I don't
But
watch those movies. I don't listen to what the colonizers say. I don't listen to that. I don't watch that.
so
There's
if
no
slavery doesn't
I'm not
affect you,
dealing with
sister,
that.
do you
for
have any
real.
cultural retention?
Man, can
Have
y'all
you have you
Be
had
for
let me
any
real.
what I
cultural retention from your
There's
ancestry if slavery didn't affect you? If
there
slavery
is
didn't
no one up
affect
in
you,
here.
oh,
this is what
can you speak
no
your
let
indigenous
me say
language? Because
let me
slavery
say
didn't affect
let me
us, and
say
we
what
still
I'm
speak
trying
our
to
language.
say. Let
There's
me say
nobody
what
up
I'm
in here
trying
that
to.
can diagnose her with post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Oh
There's
my
no one
God.
qualified in here to diagnose her with that except for me, and I'm not doing it.
That's
I'm
facts.
and that's why I'm not dealing with that. That's what every time that's what they always say. Are you dealing with the traumatics of what your ancestors been through? I'm not dealing with none of that. That's you. I'm on the app. You do not know me as a person. I deal with things. I take care of it. I don't think about it tomorrow. I don't. I don't harbor on nothing from the past. That's not me. I don't rock like that.
Just
Well,
another thing that I want to add on to
Oh
the
my God.
conversation before I get off on here. Um, Again, like I said, we've dealt with Be For Real for quite a while now, and I've only based her off of that one video as well, which I think is very hurtful. Like I said, to the native culture and native people, native communities, but also we have seen her within our platforms and her own, and she continues to tell us about these things where we mention, how we got onto our reservations and stuff, and it is condescending. You can't lie about that. When we mention that we were put on reservations, people out there understand that you we weren't conquered. You can't conquer people that you write treaties with. So when we mention about our
I'm trying.
treaty lands, our reservations,
You,
she keeps on bringing up her
I
land
never
paladin.
even talked to you. I
No,
never
no, no.
even
We have
talked to you. So
spoken.
what are you talking about?
We have spoken. And
What
I'm just saying. Can I
on
speak?
my live? On my live, we talked.
No, no, we've spoken before. I'm not. I know who you are, but I'm saying that there's always this idea that just because we are on reservations, we are seen as less human than they are. And she keeps on bringing about how much money they keep on making, which doesn't make sense, you know. And she had mentioned before about how she hasn't enrolled in her tribe yet. Um, she says she would never think of doing it because she doesn't feel that she needs to bow down to the U.S. government. But
Wait,
I
wait,
mean,
wait,
that's the
wait.
only way.
Can I ask you one question real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
Is this more of an attack session or information session?
I mean, if I had to spit information, I'm going to say that people need to
Attack,
understand that
attack.
our history with the U.S. government is a long history. So people need to understand that we did not fall to the U.S. government for the sake of, you know, being traitors. No. If anything, we retain a lot of our culture. And like I said, we retained a lot of our culture and identity. And my question is also, if that was the case with a lot of Afro-Indigenous people, you know, who claim that they are in any way superior to the quote unquote Siberian Huskies that we are, why is it that I don't see too many of them that speak or, you know their culture entirely? If you guys were never, subdued by the U.S. government.
Well, I can speak to that as Afro-Indigenous. Number one, I never said that I'm superior or inferior to no man. I'm just like you. I'm just like everyone else on this panel. Now, my people are from the Caribbean. We're not originally from the United States proper. Our people are from St. Vincent. We got exiled to Belize. We migrated to the United States. We're not federally recognized, but we are internationally recognized as Afro-Indigenous. So yeah, I mean that's who we are, and we respect both cultures, not only our native side but our African side. We're proud of both, and we are generationally African. We're not from Africa, but our ancestors are from Africa, and we need both native and African side for us to survive. So we don't put African people over native. We don't put native over African. And
Okay,
to
so there
yeah,
are
and to the
people.
lady, yeah. All right, I'm
There
gonna
are
just listen.
people who don't necessarily. I know a brother personally. He owns a barber shop down the street from me. His tribe is in what is this? Long Island. Uh they don't consider themselves to be African at all. And that's the part where it's like I get what you guys are saying, but like literally if you do more research, you could find out that there are darker hued people here who had curly hair. Like it wasn't just over in Africa. Like if you go to the Library of Congress and you just type in origins of Israel or something like that, it's numerous different books that will come up. Like I don't understand
All right,
why
hold
it
on.
is that
I
you
gotta stop you
always
real quick. So
go ahead.
when you get into the realm of saying there's numerous books and stuff that when you make a claim, you actually got to show them sources because I've done a lot of research myself, and I don't see that. So if you want to do like a source thing, next time I do a live, please bring them, because I want to see those, because
Oh,
every source
definitely.
that I've always seen, it doesn't really lead to that, and that's just being honest with you.
Now I got you. I trust me. The reason why I even started to even look into any of this type of stuff as far as the American documents are concerned was because of brothers and sisters like this. Because, like I said, I come from the Hebrew culture, so it's always been a factor of us being from North Africa. So once they started revealing information, I started having to do research over here because they were revealing information about Hebrew actually being here. Glenn Beck actually had a YouTube video. Well, it wasn't a YouTube video. It was actually on CNN, but you can search it up on YouTube where he shows that there was archaeological evidence of different artifacts that they found in the Grand Canyon and
You talking about the Bat Cave,
Utah. Bat cave?
or what is
Say
the
that
Bat
again?
Cave stone? Are you talking about like the Bat Cave stone, or are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, yeah. That was
Yeah.
one of them, but it was numerous different ones that he was talking about that they have found writings and different things of that nature. So it was like, I kind of got to look at it from, not from my bubble. You know what I'm saying? I had to go
Hmm.
outside of my bubble on other information. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I get you, but like I said, when it comes to the sources like that, whenever you put out information telling someone you can go to the Library of Congress, we got to get away from that. You got to come, like I said, you got to come with a book, some sources, show your page, full page when you're dealing with me. I don't do the cutoffs. I don't do the snapshots. I don't do the pictures with no text, like actual sources, so we can actually look over it together. But like I said, that's just me. If you come to my live and you want to do some information or something like that, and that's just to keep you honest. Not that I can't trust you. I'm just saying just to keep you honest.
Nah, nah, nah. Definitely, I come with receipts. That's not even an issue.
A lot of people do. Look, a lot of people say they come with receipts, but these receipts are like cutoffs, no text, half of
Nah, I
stuff.
feel you. Nah, I feel
So,
you. I know no ifs,
but
ands, or buts
first,
about it.
all right. So, I got to actually reach over to Perry real quick because Perry's been here for a while. Got to say what's up, my own boy. What's going on, Perry?
What's going on, brother? How y'all doing? How's the panel doing?
Doing good.
Here I
It's been a
see
while.
Miss
I'm sorry it took me a
Mary.
while to get to you, so you got to forgive me.
Oh man, don't worry about it, man. I'm at work and I'm just gonna be, just brief because here being here in Mississippi, I've seen and experienced a lot of things at age 55 and as a matter of fact, I'm looking at a coworker right now. She's Choctaw. She look nothing like me. She comes from the reservation over here in um Philadelphia, Mississippi. She has a son that works here. And, we have a brief history here in Mississippi. One of the things that I find it interesting is that when certain people take our black leaders and try to quote them inside of a different culture, I got real big problems with that. When you take Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, it really irks me when you take black leaders, African American leaders, Jamaican leaders. We went through so much. I never seen nobody make a fun of people of African descent hanging from a tree and laughing about it until I saw these people doing it. My own people.
Who,
My own
who
people.
say names?
My own
Say
people.
names because I never did that. So don't
It's not. No,
say
no,
names.
no. He
No,
wasn't.
no, no, no,
Be
no.
raw. He
I'm not gonna
wasn't.
say
Say
no
names.
names. I'm just telling you I saw it. I saw it.
Beef raw. I've seen it
Believe
too.
me. I saw it.
I've definitely seen it too.
And
That's what I'm.
ho, ho, ho. Okay, hey, I
But
wasn't
that's what I'm
talking to you,
saying.
young lady. Young
So
lady, I
hold
wasn't
on.
talking to you. Young lady, I'm not talking to you. But it's in your community. Believe
Okay.
that.
So
Now,
you saying somebody? You saying
hold on. I'm
somebody
telling
that
you what
I
I
hang with?
saw.
I'm asking a
I'm not a
question.
liar. I'm not talking to you. Remember that. Respect me.
All right, go ahead, Perry.
Because when I saw that right there. and how they was laughing about it, calling us everything like monkeys and everything like that. It is almost like a picture that I saw a long time ago after these white folks had this picnic, and a little girl just laughing, smiling up at the corpse that's hanging off the tree, and they were doing the same damn thing. I can tell you one thing that can really squash all this stuff. Want everybody to just spit in a cup, find out where you come from. Just spit in the cup, send it off. If you can't afford it, I'll buy it for you. If you're scared you African, don't do it. Because something about African or the word Africa is kryptonite to these people. And I got a real big problem with it. After the civil rights movement, after everything we've been through here in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, all the way across the nation, and you're going to take our black leaders and discredit their names like that, disrespect your ancestors to the core, you will pay for it on the other side of the ram. I ain't got to do nothing. I'm just going to sit back and watch. But the deal is, you got a chance to get it right. You got a chance to get it right. All this propaganda that you pulling off, telling you one day you're a Hebrew Israelite, the next day you're Cherokee, the next thing you're Choctaw, the next thing you know, I don't know what you're gonna be next week, but I know one thing about it: spit in the cup. You want to do that genealogy thing? You know what I did about that genealogy? It's very tricky. Man, I did it for like 1 week, and then I looked at the tree and seen my brother as my granddaddy. See, you got to know what you're doing when you're doing that stuff. You got to know what you're doing. I had to fix that. You get what I'm saying? And we only go back so far. When you start getting into the 1800s, you got to do some very meticulous. Man, I had to visit grave sites. I had to go to my grandmama. She's 103 years old, and I'm 1% native. I guess I need to graduate. I guess I'm gonna be a Chickasaw or something. I don't know. 1%. That's what I am. I'm 1%. I'm 85% Bantu, and the rest of it African. I'm about 5% European. I guess I should be I guess I should go to Britain. I guess I should be a French, and I don't know.
You would cut
What
that
should I
out.
do? I'm just saying. We are delusional as fuck around here. Excuse my language. Just spit in the cup. I double dog dare you. Just spit it in the cup. I'm done. I'm done. But
All
don't
right,
disrespect my
respectfully,
ancestors ever again.
respectfully, Mr. Perry, we was
So
on a
hold on,
live before.
hold
Hold
up,
on one
hold up.
second. Me and his brother was on a live before, Mr. Perry, and I know for a fact you actually got initiated. Am I not correct? Is that not what you study under?
Initiated on what? Hebrew Israelite?
Uh, no, sir, no, sir. When I was speaking about the fact that someone had to be raised from the grave, you said, "Oh, you know what I know,"
Oh,
which meant that you.
I done that like 25 years ago.
Oh, so that would make you one of the ones who would have to tell us not the truth because you're under an oath
Look,
not to
I'm not
tell us
under
the
nothing.
truth.
I ain't paid no dues in
Mm,
25 years. I tell you what you want to know, little fella.
So what is he saying, that you're a
um,
Mason?
yeah,
Mm.
he
Yes, I'm a
actually,
Mason.
Sound like it.
I
yeah,
ain't
Ah,
just
exactly.
bringing
gotcha.
up. Yeah, I did that 25 years ago. I ain't paid no dues. I ain't been affiliated, but about 20,
Got you,
damn near,
Interesting.
damn near 30
got
years.
you, got you. So at the end of the day, you're not going to tell me the truth. You're going to lead us all over the place because of
Oh,
the
there you
fact
go
that
with
you
that
behave.
bullshit. Look,
Yeah.
man, you got the name Yah. You know that's not the real name of the Most High. Stop that.
Okay. If
So
that's
Okay.
wait,
not
wait,
I
hold
what
mean,
on.
you know,
So
okay.
that's what y'all do. We ain't finna do no personal attacks. I said what I had to say. Now, I'm about to get off before I was rudely interrupted by your ignorance.
Nah,
so
I
let me
just
ask
know
a
where y'all
question though.
come and I expose y'all. That's all. I just have to
What you
let my
mean
So,
people
exposed,
know.
man? Yes,
I know
I
when y'all
pledge
come,
ancient,
I come
free,
for
and
free.
accepted Masons right here, Lodge 125, see winners back in '87. Hello, somebody. They hadn't been affiliated since 1991. Now,
All
how
I'm
old you here,
saying
little
is
fella?
I expose who I need to expose because Yahweh gives it to me. That's all.
We are not
so
going to
wait.
disrespect Mr. Perry
We
in this
ain't finna do
moment.
all that
Yeah,
can on, man. Come on, get on out of
yeah,
here. Somebody
definitely
you
not.
expose something.
We're
So,
not going
That's
to
And
not
you up here
disrespect
got a
disrespect
Mr.
at
name
all.
like
Perry.
Enoch Yahweh in the same sentence and don't even know what it means.
Let's not disrespect Mr. Perry,
First of
please.
all, change
I'm
your
not
name if you want to get
disrespectful
it
at
right.
all. You've been calling me little fella. I didn't disrespect you
Well,
in no way,
but
shape,
that's what
form,
I
or
consider
fashion.
you, little
I
fella,
just
because
asked
you
you
came
who
at me
you
with some
were.
sideways shit, and I don't appreciate it.
No, I just asked you who you were you affiliated? And you admitted to it. So that was
And did
stand
I
up.
answer it?
And so the
Did
people
I
got to
answer it?
be able to
Did I answer
discern who
you?
you are from that.
Did I answer you?
Yes, you did. Absolutely.
Okay. Did it satisfy you?
Absolutely. Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay. Now
I
that
was
exposed
surprised.
shit that you had to say after that, you had not.
I
I mean,
didn't say
my
anything
life is an
negative.
open book. I used to be a Baptist
I
preacher
didn't
too. You know
say
that?
anything negative about Mr. Perry
Then
at
you know
all.
I used to be a. Then you know I used to be a pastor also. I'm going to
I'm pretty
expose
sure you
myself.
may have been. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I
most of
used to
them
be a
are.
Baptist preacher, and I used to be part of the Hebrew Israelite movement also. I don't subscribe to the 12 tribe chart, and nor was I a New Testament believer. Do you remember that? Do you know that? What else you want to know about me?
Sir,
My
that
life
was
is
the
an
only
open
question that I
book.
wanted to know.
What else you want to expose?
Beyond that, that's
My
all
life
I
is an
wanted to
open book.
know.
I ain't got nothing to hide. I'm a Pan
Beyond that, that's all
Africanist,
I wanted to
and
know,
I am
sir.
proud to be African.
You
Anything else
better,
you want to know about that, son?
you better
I
tell it,
got
Mr. Perry. You better
What
tell
about
it.
it? Anything else you want to know? Where you at? I've been. I got the T-shirt, and I'm not going back for the cap.
I got you.
You know who you
So
talking to?
at the end of the day, I'm a
At the
son
end
of
of the day, you
Yahweh.
need to put some respect on who I am. That's what you need to do.
I mean, we on
I
TikTok,
mean, I'm
bro,
all
and
about it now. You
I'm
came with that old
respecting
slick shit talking about exposing
Yeah, I
somebody.
wanted to brag a little
free
bit, though. I
exposure.
wanted to brag a little bit. You mind me cut you, Perry?
Go ahead. You got permission, bro. You
So
got
check this out. I've been reading. I've been quite quiet for a while, and I've been reading a lot of the text. Every time somebody mention our liberators, you got some clowns in the comment section throwing darts, as you've been saying at our liberators. Now I'm gonna show off some things. Now we're living in the 21st century. And I was saying before, I don't see a single moment in American history where we people of this melanated color have had the liberty of forming divides between each other. You dig what I'm saying? This thing about we not being black, I
yeah,
want.
yeah. I'm sitting up here, Negroes laughing at us hanging from trees. This man right over here on my side right here trying to talk about some exposed stuff. Negro.
See, you're
So I'm
calling me
saying
sister,
I'm
and that's not the
right.
reason why I was addressing.
Look,
I
man,
was
look, I know
addressing
you
you
got a
because
problem with the word black. I know you got a problem with the word Negro. I know you got a problem with the word Africa.
all right.
Now you sit up
Hey,
here
hold on.
I
looking at
never
all these
said that
old
I had a
All right,
pseudo
problem
hold
with
books
on.
the
and
word
everything. You think
African.
you trying to expose somebody. Look, I'm all for that smoke, little
Time
fella.
out. Hold on.
I'm all
Hold on,
for it.
Perry. Hold on, Perry.
Let, let me
Perry,
defend.
Enoch. Hold on. Hold on, your
I
turn.
got some for it, man. I don't argue with women, but you know, for you, I got some for you.
Perry.
Oh man,
Mr. Perry.
You
Mr.
done ran
Perry.
up a tree you can't handle. That's what you done did. Somebody
Mr.
exposed
Perry.
somebody.
that
Oh,
really
excuse me,
is
man. Excuse me. Yeah,
unnecessary.
Mr. Perry.
I'm sorry, man. Excuse my passion. I'm sorry.
I know.
It's
Come
not
on. Come on,
compassion,
Mr.
it's
Perry.
just the disrespect
I'm
that
sorry.
you hold.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let me get back at
Usa.
it, bro.
Usa. Usa.
Hey, Mr. Perry. Hey, Mr. Perry.
Mhm.
How you doing,
Oh,
sir?
sorry. Can I host? Can I just say something really quick before I get off on here?
I wasn't even done, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Look
Yeah.
So I
look at
just
the
kind of
whole
mentioning,
face. Look at
um,
my.
just kind of mention to everybody, before I get off on here that I think if anything, last words we just need to think about unity throughout all of this. I understand each and every one of us has our own unique history. But we have to understand that if we wish to move forward here on, as we call it, Mother Earth, and then try to do what we can for our children, we have to understand that we won't accomplish that unless we unify and try to achieve the better good for the future. A lot of this is mainly TikTok talk, but out there in the real world, we're dealing with other type of issues that are more concerning, racial division mostly. But if anything that I can leave from here, just remember that I think we have to unify together, and then remember what our common goal should be is to make sure that we leave this earth better than it is now, and respect each other's individuality, each other's cultures, and then also just kind of be mindful of, your space that you're in as well. Thank you for having me on this platform, and your space host and everybody that's here. Ahead and Toggle, and then I wish to hope to see more of you guys, and I hope to learn more from you moving forward as well. Thank you.
Respect. Thank you for coming up.
Rob, someone named Ken wants to come up. I don't know if you want to let this person up or not. And for the comments, please don't type in all caps. That's for mods. Thank you.
Actually, I'm gonna let Aiden go. I want to finish off with BGP. She's been up here for a while.
Oh
I
yeah,
gotta, and then I'm gonna
Okay.
close it down. I gotta work in a few.
yeah. And
But
what I'm
I
gonna
just want
say
to go
is
ahead and
gonna
let y'all
lead.
finish.
What I'm gonna say is probably gonna lead it well for my brown allies, because at the end of the day, what I was gonna get into is we haven't had the luxury to be talking like this. You feel me? And we sit on the shoulders of some giants. You feel what I'm saying? When you look at the liberation struggle from the turn of the century, this is me talking to the people who's talking bad about the Malcolms and the Marcus Garveys and the Pan African movement. You feel me? When I check the history of our liberation struggle on this soil as a black people, I have seen all the organizations, I have seen all the allied ships. You feel me? From the UNIA, NAACP, Africans League, the Black Panther Party, and I could name how much. We live under a common thread. We've been oppressed by a common group of people. And that's where our discussion need to be. Now that we've had this type of platform where we could shape our own image and talk to find elements of our history, I don't see how it is that we have all information at our fingertips and we speak as if we don't see the common thread among us, both black and brown peoples. I'm from Afro-Jamaican. I could tell you the whole Caribbean history. All the natives across the diaspora have helped us throughout our liberation struggle. From the proud, from the proud Maroons in the Caribbean, it was our allegiance with the local Tainos. In Haiti, it was the association with the local natives. In Cuba, underneath all of the Cuban struggle, it was the combination of the Afro-Cubans and the natives. In Colombia, it was the same thing. We come from a common understanding of Marcus Messiah Garvey, who is evidently is the only man in our liberation struggle to stand up for every single black people in the world. That red, black, and green flag that you see that you see waving in all the struggles from Brazil to the continent of Africa to the European struggles with black people to the Americas and the Black Panther Party with red, black, and green in that fist. It's from the turn of the century and the efforts made by Pan-African scholars. And I hope when I say this, you understand that I'm above this bullshit fighting between people who look like me, fighting between people who have aided in our struggle. I'm here to talk that black I'm here to talk that black nationalistic shit. You feel what I'm saying? We turn in the corner where we're now today being more liberated than our peoples from yesteryear. And we still behind the eight ball. And if we're not talking about the right things, we're not going to get the right results. So as I say, I'm not about yapping about who's indigenous or not. I want you to put in perspective that we've never had this luxury, and it's kind of exposing some type of it's kind of exposing some type of missing history here. You feel what I'm saying? Because when people was being lynched, when people was being shot down, and all of our Pan-African and liberation struggle leaders made their contribution, the Bobby Seals, the Huttons, you get what I'm saying, right, Bob?
I got you.
You feel what I'm saying? I'm here to stand for them. And at the end of the day, I say it again, we don't have the luxury to be doing this in the 21st century, and I hope I got across clearly, bro.
I feel you.
All right, so
GP.
um, to all my people in the chat, I understand that these lives could get triggering, and if you are triggered by them, I'm gonna ask y'all to refrain from coming up on the panels because what it does is it gives them a credibility that we don't want to give them. Not to the hosts and those that are fighting erasure like we are, but to the ones that are pushing indigenous erasure. At this point, we need to be able to walk away from it, and we need to allow the Pan Africans, we need to allow African Americans, everybody on their side to deal with their people. It's not our fight for them. It is for us to correct misinformation on our platforms when it comes to making sure our people don't get lost in the sauce, because some of our people are getting lost in the sauce. So I need my people to know that they can't erase us as much as they would like to try to take over our cultures. We know who we are, and giving them attention is only allowing their platforms to grow. So we need to allow their people, if their people choose to claim them, to handle them. We can back off and we can correct misinformation for our people so our people don't get lost. Our people that are reconnecting need to know the real information so that way they can reconnect and reclaim properly. If Afro Indigenous people are wanting to come and claim and reclaim and figure out their identities, they are very welcome in our spaces. They are very welcome to come and learn. They are very welcome to do such. We're not going to entertain this shit no more. And it's causing too many people of our people to get triggered. Our people are getting doxxed. Our people are getting threatened. And we don't need this to happen to us anymore. So I'm going to ask my people in this live, if you're in the comments, to make sure that don't come up and argue with them because you're not going to get nowhere. You're just not. It's going to be a fight. It's going to turn into racist rhetoric back and forth. We cannot stoop to that kind of level. So I'm going to tell my people now, you cannot fight racism or racist rhetoric with racist rhetoric. And that's where it gets triggered, and we don't want it to get triggered. Okay? People tend to get emotional and they say things that they shouldn't say, and that's where it needs to stop. So with that being said, when it comes to other misinformation that I've heard on this tonight, when it comes to genetics, Rob, I'll come up at another time. You know me, I'm good on the genetics part. I could always help
Gotcha.
explain that and go over that. As far as everything else, I'm only interested in having unity with people who want to have unity with us. So Rob is a brother of mine. Aiden is a brother of mine. Duchess is a sister of mine. I am here to support y'all. My people will support y'all,
Thank
you
you.
know, and vice versa. I hope, I'm not, if people want to fall on their swords, I say let them fall on their swords at this point. I
Okay.
think we need to build the unity that we need to build within our communities that are really trying to fight
I'm
the
getting it.
actual oppressors, the
White
people that
supremacy.
are trying to cause this division. We can have more unity with each other. If the rest of them want to fall on their own swords, allow them to fall on their swords. We can't save them all. And I just don't want my people to continue being hurt and triggered. So for my people in my lives, or in the comments to my people, don't allow them to trigger you anymore. Don't allow them to get under your skin anymore. I know it's painful. I know it's hurtful. I know our histories. I know it sucks, but we have other things that we need to focus on, and we still need to correct misinformation. But we got MMIW, that ruling is coming down in a few weeks, so we've got things that we need to prepare for that stuff. So like I said, I'm interested in having unity with those who want to have unity with us. The rest of them, they could go kick rocks for all I care. All right.
Can I say something,
Yeah,
BGP?
absolutely.
Uh,
BGP, you got me?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
I think we should do a special
I mean,
on the
yeah,
his.
sorry. I meant ICWA, y'all. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I meant ICWA, not MMIW ICWA. My bad.
I think we
Go
should.
ahead, Aiden.
I think we should do a special on the indigenous and the African experience in the Western Hemisphere here, because I think in doing that it will show a lot of paper trail. You understand? It will show the paper trail and the integration of the struggle all across the hemisphere. You understand? And how a lot of what we are standing on as liberated people today is from these particular unions and struggle. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is it
Yeah.
fair? Is
Oh,
that a
I'm
good
down for
idea?
that. I think it would be great for our communities that actually want to have unity so
Yeah.
we can learn from each other and grow with each other, because that's important. We have bigger fish to fry. And if people want to be lost in their identities, that's up to them at this point, because at the end of the day, they're not going to get nothing from this. Culture is not going to be there. The
this is
recognition,
crazy. This is crazy.
the recognition from
This
the government,
is crazy.
the recognition from the government isn't going to be there. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to get no land from none of this. They're not going to get nothing out of this outside of just causing division between us, between people like me, you, Aiden, Duchess, Rob. You know, it's going to cause division between us, and we don't need that. We know what's at higher stake here. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So that's where I'm at. I agree with if you guys want to, like, educate those that want to be educated and they want to learn. I'm here to help educate that. The ones that don't want to learn, it's just literally talking to brick walls at this point. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to cost toxic lives at
Going
the
to
end of
do
the
that
day.
because at the end of the day, we can't forget the fact that I'm not a part of the Hebrew group, but I've been in numerous different lives where individuals are talking about unaliving us because of the fact that we're coming to your Easter egg hunt, something that was given to you by some other people that you claim that you dislike so much. So we're not going to keep disrespecting us. And then
I
this is a
really don't
panel like
care.
I
I
can't
really
come
don't
on
care
any
because
other
at
panel
this
and
point, I really don't care because your ideology
like
has nothing to do with my people.
it has
So
nothing
at
to
this
do about
point,
an ideology.
I
I'm
don't.
talking about protecting my people. I'm talking
Well,
about
how about
stop
your
talking
people don't
about
come
that you're
onto our
going
reservations? How about that?
and passing out literature.
How
Come
about no?
on. Like,
Because see
are
what
you
so
serious?
you know what you sound like? You sound
So
like
you
the
think we
Mormons. You
deserve
sound
to
like
be unalived
you
over
sound like the
paperwork?
Mormons. You
All
sound like
right,
the
hold on.
Christians. You sound like everybody else. Just stay off our reservations. It's that simple.
When
It's
I
that
worked for the
simple.
government,
Just
when I
leave it
worked for the
alone.
government, I wasn't even allowed to go on the reservation without an escort. You're not supposed to just walk on reservations.
They was
So
They're a
okay.
sovereign nation.
if you
At
were
the
to
end of
walk
the
through my
day,
neighborhood and you were to
Somebody
pass
just
out
called my
some
name.
literature to
Somebody just said
anybody,
my
I
name.
should be
Rob, you
able to
say my
say that
name,
you're
host.
dangerous?
listen.
They're
At
a
the
I
end of
don't
the day,
sovereign
understand that.
nation.
Oh, I
at
thought
You
somebody
cannot just
somebody
walk
just
on
said
their
my name.
reservations.
at the end of the day, Y'all are not welcome on the reservations.
Different.
Point blank.
Well,
Period.
okay, so
What
we're
in the
not welcome.
world?
Exactly. So
No,
why
you're
are
not.
you on a panel with black
You're not
people talking about you
because
want to be respected, but you
they're
don't
not
want to
Nah,
coming.
respect
nah, hold
us?
on. Hold on. We're not doing that.
You can't walk
Look,
on reservations without an invitation.
I said
wait.
you're
Hold on.
not welcome. They are
Wait,
always
real quick.
welcome.
Real quick. So, one thing that I'm not going to tolerate. Anytime you see my live, okay? Anytime you see my live, I don't care who else live you go. Don't ever say you're on a panel of black people or whatever else. It's people that I let up. You understand? I let up. So don't make that determination and says, this color, that color, whatever, on my life. Because at the end of the day, I'm the one that lets people into here. So I hope you understand that portion. I don't allow that. Never have, and I never will.
And just to make it clear, the reservations have stated multiple times, and they will still continue to state, the Hebrew Israelites are not welcome on the reservations. Period. And if you show up to the reservations, that's trespassing. I'm letting it be known now.
And they have a right to say who comes on their reservations and who don't.
I'm gonna say one more thing and drop down.
All right, so I
I'm
guess
going to
final
continue.
words because
Yeah,
it is getting
because
late.
she said a mouthful. Um, I will continue to do what I'm doing. I will not be stopped. And you're going to see multiple profiles with that same information that I'm pushing out. So, yeah, it is what it is. Peace.
Bye.
Bye.
The whole mean any disrespect. Uh, I appreciate you allowing me up. Peace.
All right. You have a good one. I appreciate you coming up.
Um,
All right.
Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. You know I do. So,
Thanks, Rob.
uh,
I hope you be a
All right.
part of this. What we trying? You heard? You heard,
I
Rob?
know.
Just let me know.
Hey, you already know. I know some of you guys get flack for being mutuals of mine. You
That's
know,
all right. We here.
um,
We here with you.
but I got y'all's back. Thank you for having our back. And I want to definitely, and I know a lot of my people want to definitely work on unity with those that want to be united with us, not the ones that are trying to push erasure, because we know that it's not just harming our community. We know it's harming y'all's community as well. So, we there. Let's focus on that and hopefully get out of the bullshit oppression that we have been dealing with for 500 years. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
All right, y'all. Have a good night.
Good night. I just want to
All
say
right.
good live, Rob. Very good live. Thank you so much. And if you are in an African space with me and you disrespect an African person who is an elder, I'm not going to tolerate it. Mr. Perry is an elder. He will not be disrespected. We don't disrespect our African elders. You all have a good night.
And I
Thanks
appreciate you,
again.
Jada.
Thanks again, Rob.
Oh, no problem, Aiden. Hey, I
Pan,
appreciate it.
Pan African all day. You heard?
Oh, all day.
All day.
All right, everybody. Thanks for coming by. Hope you enjoyed. Y'all have a good one. Stay tuned for the next ones. Peace.